I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody. We will start it on Granite County Board of Health agenda. Are you running it? Is the chair collecting on it?
I parents, so. Call to order. And the first item would be approval of the minutes.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes if everybody is ready.
I second.
Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
So the next item on the agenda is the Granite County Sanitarian Report with Chad Lenz.
Good, are you? Yeah. Oh, we're.
So, yeah, the last quarter, we're plugging away doing our food inspections, lots of changes, ownership changes too. We've had Rick's change hands. It's now the Whiskey Bunkhouse. Weird name. We've had, let's see, the Geyser House just changed hands. Mark's coming over today to go through with the owners there. And we've got, Jay Harper's working on a new place. So we've got a lot of food action going on right now. The septic stuff is sort of simmering along, but it's coming. As soon as we're done here, I'm gonna go meet a guy off Scout on this thing at Tesla, theoretically in this weather. So we'll see what happens there. The big thing that I had for the board was, and I've discussed this with the board a couple times, is our plan review document. And this is something that we've had a voluntary plan review for all the food businesses all along, but nobody seems to take it very seriously, and it's kind of a pain in our necks because there is a document that we give people. It's a plan review, and basically before somebody starts a restaurant or or a food business, they should sit down and go through this and fill it out and get it back to us, and then we can help them make changes or decide exactly what they need as far as equipment and all this kind of stuff and procedures before they start. Now, the way it usually works is somebody gets a business, they build the whole thing out, they call us and say they want to open next Friday. And and we go in there and hope they have sinks, hope they have refrigerators, hope they have all these pieces. And so we've fought this over and over and over. And I think might be finally the time to get something more formal in place and in the 3 counties so that we can use kind of like our septic rules. And there is a fee associated with this just so that it makes it a real thing for people. If they have to pay a fee to have their plan review done, then it's a little more real to them, and it will hold us to a time frame to do that review for them. And I think it's to be a great benefit for everybody if we can get something more formal in place. I've come up with a draft. We have submitted it now to the other 2 boards of health. Haven't really heard anything back. So what I wanted to do was let the board members in each of the 3 counties look through it, see if they see any issues. And then I'd get it to the county attorneys in each county and we figure out the process to formally adopt.
So is this what's attached to the resolution?
Yes. Yep.
So they have it on actually could make a decision today if they're ready. Yeah.
I gave it to Blaine for review and
Great.
he had
Glad,
a couple
uh,
tweaks.
So
I guess question I'd have is if Granite County does and the other counties don't do it, so maybe we should be all be on the same page.
yeah, that it might be worth timing wise to do them kind of concurrently, although everybody is on board with it.
Okay.
It's just the process. But the other thing too is that I did roll a little more into this as far as formalizing some definitions for our food businesses and things that we didn't really have nailed down that I think will help everybody. There's, like I said, there's a little more to it than just you have to do a plan review. There's some more things about if you're doing a temporary event or if you're doing a mobile food or, you know, these things that have kind of rolled into this. It should actually help us long term to have this stuff written. You know, I think
Great, yeah.
it gives us a little more control over some of these things instead of trying to always defer back to the state.
Got a paper trail too.
Yeah.
You know, we gave you this and you was supposed to, you make them sign it down.
Yeah, they actually have to fill this out, sign it, submit it, and then they date it, and then. You know, we're gonna give ourselves a time frame of either, 2 to 4 weeks, so a reasonable time frame to try to get them going quick. But like we've got some mobiles right now that we're still in the process of reviewing, and these are people that have ordered these trailers, they're like $40,000. And we give them a plan review, say, fill it out and get it to us. Nothing, and they'll ask us a question about how much water do we need? It's like, fill out the plan review. We had one guy that's having one built in Missouri or somewhere, we've already had to have them change things. As they're building this, because they put in one little bar sink, and this guy's doing a barbecue trailer, it's like, you don't have enough sinks, man. So. I think this would be a good thing, and it'd not only help us, but it'd honestly help our constituents, I think. It'd make things a lot better for them.
Those food trucks, Granite County, or is it's in the air? I mean.
In the area, the one in particular that I'm complaining about is in Top County,
Oh.
but, the mobile food stuff's really popular right now too. So we have a lot of those, and the thing is that they'll pop up and they'll be doing they kind of all do all our same events, so we see them over and over, but. We want to make sure that we help them set up enough so that if they get a license here and they go to the Flathead to do an event, they don't throw them out. Say, hey, wait a minute, this thing, there's no way, So we want some consistency just for their own sake. And that's really a big purpose.
Do you want a person to wait on this, let the other look at it better before the person makes a decision?
I don't.
The-
What should the process?
The
be?
only thing I think of is that or you can say is the Board of Health only meets quarterly, so I guess the Board of Health could have a special meeting to adopt it, but if the commission's ready to go forward, or Board of Health is ready to go forward today, then.
Well, how big a hurry are they with? I mean, here it comes, not too long.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'd love to be able to get this thing in place by the summer. I mean, that's why I tried to piece this together over the winter, but I do know that the state timeframes, all this stuff. If the Board of Health likes it the way that it's drafted, with the appropriate fill in the blanks here for each county. I don't think it would hurt anything for the Board of Health to say, hey, we like this and we approve it. Would recommend to the commission to follow the process to formally adopt it. That'd be the Board of Health's component out, I think, kind of done, so.
What did it say in the resolution in the amendments I made was that this should be done in connection with Steer Lodge and Powell County, that they would do their own resolutions, so.
So what you're saying is you'd like it simultaneously with the other counties, or would you be okay with if we called for maybe motion on this?
Oh, I'd be fine, yeah, because, like Blaine said, the only thing that would get weird is if one county said, hey, we don't approve it, and the others don't. Which, again, I just put Tri-County on this for my own ease, but we could definitely break it out if that's the case, but honestly, none of the counties have any problems with it. Everyone's seen it, and everyone's like, well, there's a typo on this page, things that have changed, so.
Well, it's like you're saying, if we wanted to get going on it, someone's gonna be here before and we need to.
Exactly, yeah.
That's just.
Yeah, no, I think the sooner the better for everybody is fine, and then we'll just kind of put all the puzzle pieces together so that it works well across all three.
Okay, so on this one is the establishment resolution and fee schedule for services rendered. Is that the one where you would like a motion to adopt this?
Yes,
I entertain a
yes,
motion.
if there's no comment, the one comment I got, was somebody said, well. People may have an issue with the fee, because there's $100 fee associated with it, a flat fee for everybody unless you're changing hands, and then it's only 50. And my only comment to that was that the fee isn't even the point.
No.
It's making it sort of a real thing that people have to do is really the point. ordinance.
I'll make a motion and resolution to not pre-establish the regulations of fees schedule for services rendered by the Tri County Environmental Health. No, second.
Any public comment? Means none. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Are we the only three that's?
Ashley is not
Is there a
voting.
quorum?
Oh.
Yep.
Did she vote?
Ashley, did you vote? She should be able to unmute.
Ashley, are you in favor of this? You can nod your head if you want. Okay.
Thumbs up.
So you just sign it here or what?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll get Ashley's signature later and give it to you.
We have a comment from Elena. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano. I didn't hear any introductions before, like who's here, who's in attendance, especially online. Who's online? I can see who's online, but I don't know if you guys can. I guess you're voting on 2023-1. Okay.
Well, my apologies, Elena. This is Chad Lannis, the sanitary, and I'm the one that was talking about this, and I should introduce myself.
Well, I introduced.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah, you did.
I could reintroduce myself.
Yeah,
Is-
and looking
Yeah, it's
at,
hard following it, when you don't see who's talking, sorry, but that's the way it's set up here. And I'm glad these are all, I'm looking at it real quick. And who's going to do all this work? Are you going to do it, Chad?
Yes, ma'am. This is work we're actually doing right now. This is work that we've done, that we've had establishments voluntarily do. And this is just formalizing that it's a requirement for them to do as they're setting up a food business. So, yeah, this is part of what we do is our regular course anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
any other public comment? Being none. I guess we'll say all in favor again.
Aye.
Aye, sorry. After we said all in favor.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that. but-
Okay, next on the
I will
agenda.
say- Sorry, I apologize. One more piece for my report is that Mark and I both went to our Confluence conference 2 weeks ago. And that is a conference with the Montana Environmental Health Association, the Public Health Association, and the Association of Montana Public Health Officials, AMPO. So we did go to that in Billings 2 weeks ago. It was nice to see our peers, get a little bit of training. That was good. We went down there for 3 days and came back.
So also, Chad, underneath the sanitarian report, there's environmental health department reading and adoption. Is that,
I believe
That's
that was this. That was our document.
that was the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda, we have the Granite County Public Health Report with Lauren Bolton. Lauren Bolton, would you come up and introduce yourself, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. Lauren Bolton here at the Public Health Department. Good morning. So I will just give a brief overview of all of our programs and kind of where we're at. And then we have a couple of items that I think we need to do some action on today. And so to begin our tobacco prevention report, we have made a couple changes to our tobacco prevention program. Instead of just Amanda Ward, who I'm sure all of you have met before, providing those services over here. Myself and Deb are opting to take on some of those duties as well. So she can spend a little bit more time in Powell and Deer Lodge County. So we're splitting those duties up. And right now we're doing a lot of education and outreach to the youth in the schools and also doing some Clean Indoor Air Act information for our landlords, people who are renting out properties, especially in multi-family dwellings. So just
education provided to them for how to make their organizations or their. I guess properties smoke-free and compliant with the Indoor Air Act, and then offering our kind of consulting with them to address any problems that they might have. In the FET program, FET has been largely focused on updating plans, which is what we are going to look at later in this in my little report. And Jen will be going to the NACCHO conference in Alabama this next week, and that's what I think we talked about in October, about her going to that. The nurse report, WIC is getting bigger, which is awesome. I know we talked about last time, about Huffman's, Huffman's getting on board with the WIC program, and I'm hoping that as we see an increase in people, that might be a little bit more of an interest. So the WIC program is doing well, and that makes me really happy to see that that is happening. As far as immunizations go, they're lower, which I'm sure if you check out the invoice, not as much. We didn't invoice for as much this quarter, but that's normal. We don't really see a lot this time of year. Probably won't see much in the next quarter either. Would see it again increasing with back to school immunizations when people need those, and then flu shot season. So pretty normal. And then I'm going to just read a little bit from Jackie. We have a lot going on in the schools, which is awesome. Jackie's amazing at coordinating all these things. So Steve Schmidt from Missoula County is going to be in town to present to the 7th and 12th through 12th graders in both Drummond and Phillipsburg schools on DUI and teen driver empowerment. So it's really focusing on young drivers being in control. Of course, you know, we want to make sure that people aren't driving under the influence. They're educated on that, but it's even more injury prevention about being a proactive driver as opposed to a reactive driver. He'll be here May 8th in Drummond and May 16th in Phillipsburg. And then there's also going to be an online safety presentation to the Granite County students from Scott Featuresack with the undercover police in Phoenix. I'm not sure what he's doing up here, but they got him while he's up here, so that's kind of cool. To talk to the 7th through 12th graders about cyberbullying, the dangers of online predators, and just being safe online and all those kinds of things. So other than that, everything else is kind of going as status quo. We attended our normal fetal, infant, maternal mortality review quarterly meetings. We should be scheduling. I'm not sure if we actually will have to have a FIGMA meeting this year, and if we don't, that's really good. So if we do, we'll be scheduling that over the summer. And we were just at Jackie attended the quarterly DUI task force on March 8th. But other than that, we've been over here. Cool. And then what needs to be approved by you all is our pandemic influenza plan. And this year they're doing it a little bit differently. There's a promulgation document. I'm still unclear what the difference between signing this and signing the plans are, other than the fact that this is just a cover sheet. And it's just acknowledging that you've read the pandemic influenza plan. I think the main purpose of this, which would be put for you all, is to ensure that the people you want to see this. So we can adjust this to be specific to Granite County, which I would assume is probably just the Board of Health. And it couldn't hurt to have somebody from Granite County Medical Center also signing on it. But that, and then just the rabies management protocol, both of these plans have remained largely the same. Only changes are to details like personnel contacts, anything operationally that's changed, if we would be directed to a different person or things like that, which is why we update these on a yearly basis.
So this sign off sheet or this sign cover sheet as you're speaking is what explaining for the pandemic.
That one's for the
influenza
pandemic.
plan and the rabies management protocol.
The promulgation document is only associated with the flu plan. So that's acknowledging that.
Okay.
And then the rabies document is kind of.
Okay. Okay, so I guess is there Is this just something that we need to sign, or do we have to,
I do a motion on
I'm
both
okay
of them,
on
both of them,
signing it?
yeah.
Is there a motion? And I know it's signed by you, Lauren, and then Dr. Khan needs to sign it, and then the chairperson, which should be me.
I'll move to sign a pandemic influenza and communicable disease emergency response plan.
Is there a second? Anybody out there in Zoom land want a second?
Just a second.
Scott seconds. Is there any public comment? Elena, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I must have missed it. So we're doing the pandemic update resolution. Is that what this is?
Yeah.
11 pages? Okay, on page 11 regarding the hospital facilities, Granite County Medical Center, I see the asterisks on single. I don't see what it refers to. The only one I see is subject to change, and that's the ambulances. The 21 beds, is that the full number of beds that are at the hospital? And then I have some comments. So please don't mute me.
Yes, for the beds. As far as the asterisk goes, that must just be a typo. And go on and change that.
Sorry.
As far as, the 21 beds is accurate, and then as far as the asterisk goes, that could just be a typo. If it doesn't look like it's referring to anything, we can go in and review. And make sure that that's either more clear or take it out.
Okay, so that's not indicated from what I gathered you said. And the 21 beds, that's the full number of beds that are available at the center?
So that's including surge capacity, so that's not normal beds, that's including, you know, if we were in any kind of an emergency management situation. That's what they could operate at under crisis staffing protocols, which is not their general operating.
So the 21 beds would be vacant beds in case of an emergency?
I wouldn't necessarily say vacant, because if there are people in the hospital who need to remain in the hospital. They could be taking up one of those beds. What would happen in that scenario is if we were needing a facility to either treat or house people. Individuals that are currently in the medical center would be triaged to determine if they needed to stay here or be transported elsewhere. So at that time, that's when we would address based off of what staffing level the situation warranted us being in. And bed capacity based off of the decisions off of that triage, so. Of potential capacity 21 beds. But of course, that's dependent on the situation, which. There are thousands of different scenarios that could apply, so.
Okay, point of clarification though, Granite County Medical Center is basically a nursing home. And the beds that are being occupied are people that are there sort of long-term. And I don't think there's anybody here. I don't think there's anybody here from the medical center that could be involved. Is there anybody here from the Granite County Medical Center that can discuss this regarding what the information is that you have here? Because that would, I'd suggest that they also be involved with this. And one other thing, and then you can mute me. Most of this seems to have to do with COVID, and the COVID emergency is over. And there's a total bunch of investigations going right on at this point. And so I don't know why most of this has to do with COVID, the novel viruses, when it's almost a done deal and it's over with. That's my final comment. Thank you.
Where's revised, what was revised on the part here? It says that Jennifer Robinson had to revise, I wasn't quite sure.
So I think that's just tracking when the plans have been changed.
I have a question. Influenza and communicable disease. Which doesn't necessarily mean just COVID, correct? So this would
Right.
work for both.
Yes.
Right.
So,
So everything in here, I mean, you could call COVID a communicable disease, couldn't you?
yes, so what we would like to do is call it a respiratory illness plan. But due to our requirements for our grant reporting, certain terminology has to be in there. At this time, it's influenza and COVID. I would anticipate the next time we update this, it will just be a respiratory illness response plan.
In your question?
Yeah, when I read this earlier, I questioned the COVID thing too. And then I got thinking, well, I mean, it could mutate and come back, so.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
And COVID is considered a communicable.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
And was your question answered?
One comment there is, it's also critical access hospital, so
Yeah.
it's more than just a, long-term care facility.
Yeah, so it is not classified as a long-term care facility. They fall under completely different guidance for any kind of respiratory illness outbreak. So that's including influenza, including COVID, all of those things. And so while maybe their capacity may be looking like that, just based off the demographic group in the hospital right now, they are legally classified as a critical access hospital.
Okay, any other comments?
I guess just one thing, just so everybody does know that we do work very closely with Granite County Medical Center when we're adopting, so they've been involved.
Entertain a motion on this thing?
I think
I did.
we're waiting for a second, you know.
Second. I think that's the second.
We couldn't get a second from, okay. So we had to come up, I guess. I'm just really doing a great job.
You can ask for more public comment, or, because I don't know. Oh, I guess you did that. Yeah, you did that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Pick your head, Ashley. Motion carried. So is this the one, Billy, that needs?
Yep. And is that, did you guys just motion then on the pandemic influenza plan? Or was? Did you guys also have the promulgation one and then the rabies management protocol
So the promulgation one should cover the,
is with that?
yeah, the influenza.
Okay.
And then the rabies is the separate.
Yeah,
Okay,
need a separate motion.
okay. I just want to make sure I'm writing it down.
Okay, next up, we have, tobacco prevention report, is there,
Yeah, the tobacco prevention report was the first part of.
okay, whoops, I missed that.
So you need to, do a motion also on the rabies plan as well.
Is there a motion to accept the rabies management protocol plan?
I'll make the motion on the rabies management protocol.
I'll second.
Was there any public comment? James, none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Dr. Khan, do you have something that you need to say to us? I see your light just kind of lit up a little bit.
Nope, I think it's been on just in the event that there was a comment, sorry.
Okay, so we've done the pandemic, we've done the rabies. Public health nurse report, would that come from Deb or?
No, we gave that on.
That was all included.
That was all everything, yes.
Okay, so
That's all I have for you.
next on the agenda is new business.
Thanks.
That's just if any of you guys have anything or any of the board members, I don't have anything to, no one's given me anything to give you guys, so.
Okay. Being no new business. I would say we would adjourn. Oh, see, Leila, do you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, I have comment as far as the agenda is concerned. Public comment should have been on the agenda for the end of the agenda. And the other thing that I want to say is the chat room. Apparently, there's a message from Ashley to everyone on the chat room, but apparently the chat room is disabled for certain people, but available for other people. And that shouldn't be. In an open meeting, the chat should be open to everybody, not just a few. And that's my comment. Thank you.
We had people answer on the chat room.
So Ashley's chat was to the public, she's having speaker issues. Sorry, it wasn't brought to everyone's attention.
Here, he answered.
Hey,
Are some people, is she talking about the people here in person or not
So
seeing
if
it?
some-
or-
I don't know, but if someone is a co-host, typically if someone is presenting in the meeting, I make them a co-host, they can chat, but typically your meetings aren't, chat is disabled because it gets
Yeah, it should be
populated.
verbal, so then everyone can hear it, and you ask for public comment on each item. With it,
We're good.
Elena
We're
does have
adjourned.
another.
for Granite County Board of Health.
Okay, we're gonna move on. We're going right into the board of minutes. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody.
I mean, thanks.
I'll move to accept the board of minutes for April 11th.
I'll second it.
2023, for both meetings, closed meeting, and open meeting.
I'll second it.
Public comment? Being done, all in favor?
Oh, Elena has her hand up.
I didn't see. Go ahead, Elena, on the board of minutes.
On the board of minutes, I had my hand up before. I wanted to thank Blaine for setting you straight as far as the chat and everything, and that should hold true also for the commissioners' meetings.
This, no.
So I understand that when we adjourned that we don't go and go out for a public comment after adjournment.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if it-
Or you give it.
Yeah, I saw Elena's hand, but we'd already adjourned, so I just assumed we needed to move on.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Most been carried back. Correspondence. Okay, the first one is a letter from, Ken Jenkins wanting to table this. I don't know why we have to take it. And that here,
What-
I don't,
Did you see
So they
that
want to
one?
put it off until
that's, that,
the owner can meet with us.
What, well, my interpretation is they wanted to go back, since he did a new COS proposed one. To have it go back to the planning board and then have them review it again. I think that's my understanding.
This is after our discussion last week.
Yeah, because you're gonna have it on the agenda for next week for decision. What he's saying is we did a new COS, so it should go back to the planning board so they can do a new do a new review on it.
So he's taken the one that he presented to us last week.
And what's-
And redoing it.
Next week on the agenda.
And he wouldn't have it ready
He
for
wants
next
us to table it.
So you can
Until
go,
it's ready.
so you can go, he wants to go back to the planning board. He thinks since he presented the new COS, it should be a decision on that.
the recommend we go through is what we already planned. I mean, we just keep waiting.
Well,
Well, let's just do it. I mean, we said we're gonna put it on the
yeah,
agenda for next week, let's just wait till next week and he wants us to table it. I mean,
We'll wait
I
and
would-
see what comes.
yeah. My advice likely would be to have it go back, because it should be about the substantive issues, not the procedure. So I think, my advice would be have go back to the planning board, have them review that and do a new, but you're right, you can have it on the agenda next week and can decide then.
Well, and that's what it should be next week. We would table it, correct?
Yeah.
We can't table it today because it's not on our agenda today. Right?
Yeah, and this is this correspondence.
Correct.
So if we already have it on for next. I was mentioning that we just do it next week.
That's a good plan.
Okay, the next thing is I think we need to get this on next week, too. This is from Eric Bryson. And they sent us a bill for the county assessment of public land research center for $20,000.
That one we said we wouldn't pay.
So I think we need to get that on the agenda next week for sure.
Did you make a motion not to pay, or it was just tabled, or I can't remember what the.
I'd have to look back, right?
I don't think there
I
was a
don't think we made
specific,
one.
there was
Okay.
no specific plan. I think you guys were
And it
gonna
must be
wait.
really through.
Yeah,
They
we just call it.
All of a sudden, they got it through with theirs, and then they're coming back at us, not pointing out.
I think you were gonna wait to see what other counties do. Maybe. Back to look back.
So you want this on the agenda? So is this something that NACO can force us to do?
No, it's be the commission's decision. So,
And then the next one's Powell County Landfill District. I read this and that, and I think this definitely needs to be on the agenda. So,
$55 a ton, you said.
Mhm.
yeah, I think it needs to, we can talk to them. I mean, this is moving ahead with stuff.
So what are we paying now?
37,
87?
37 a ton.
Oh, 37?
And then I think there's some additional fees that we pay on top of that. I gave that to Paul when it came in, so he might have some more information when he comes in.
What about that new outfit Grizzly? In Missouri? I did advertise on it.
I don't know nothing about them.
I think the other outfits still have to take their step to Republic.
Hmm.
Someone told, actually, my sister told me that Helena. I think it's their municipal dump is the cheapest in the state. I'm not sure what they're at though. But then would have
Let's go to Helena.
long way. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, the next thing is from the International Union, they're ready to start on. Negotiating. The last bit is on the annual financial report, fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
And that's just your guys' copy. Sarah just gave it to me for you guys.
I didn't sign it then, but I didn't-
No, I don't think it is.
All righty.
Regarding the union negotiations. Generally, you don't know. You don't know COLA in June, potentially if you're gonna. Give the same to employees as what you give to elected officials, so. It's a little bit early on the
Yeah.
negotiations, but. Would you like me to get back to them with they'd like to start it in June or
Well, last and middle of June, so we know for sure what's going on. We can't do nothing till we.
no, eventually with the plan, their compensation board. Does.
All right, well, we'll move into public comment. Any public comment?
Elena.
Elena?
Lana Gagliano for the record and for what it's worth. I may sound like a broken record, but the way these meetings are conducted aren't really user-friendly for the public. It's very hard to follow. And from what I hear, it's hard for you guys to follow. What correspondence came in, is it, you just got it yesterday? Is it up online as part of correspondence? That stuff. And as far as correspondence is concerned, this is the way I've seen other commissioners doing it at meetings. And you read them and you decide whether it's an actionable item or not. And if it is, sorry, you have to put it on the agenda at another time. Excuse me, this is public comment. Okay, and so you decide whether or not to put it on the agenda. And I want to thank Blaine again for being there and assisting you. Okay, so then, and you should decide what day is going to be on the agenda. You've got the calendar up there and you can check it and say, okay, let's put it on for then. Again, there's no introductions. The chat is disabled. So nobody can go in on the chat. Unless it's by special invite, which shouldn't happen. These meetings are open meetings, and that means to everybody, public included, not just people that happen to be elected or appointed officials. So that should be really corrected. When Blaine was taking care of it, we did have the chat open. So when there was a problem with correspondence, if there was a problem with the meeting, the mics or anything, we used to communicate and it was corrected. If we had a question, we didn't have to always raise our hand. We could have put it in the chat. And somebody watches the chat and also refers to that. The way it's set up now, it seems like the only one that's watching anything is Blanche and Billy. And that's it. And you all should be able to see it.
See that?
Again, I've invited you to the BISPRA meetings. Before we have the monthly meeting, we have training for all the directors given by Dan Clark. It's very interesting. And your questions can be asked and he'll be more than happy to answer them. As you all know, he does give training. He has a few times given it to Granite County. Fortunately, we do have different people involved. So maybe should be updated. Thank you. That's my public comment for this public comment period.
Any other public comment?
Morning.
Morning. You gotta sign that one. Sign that. That's the letter that comes with the pot approval.
Public comment time, if you have any public comment.
He goes to this. This is the letter. and then that's the-
Oh, yeah, this is-
Bond here, going into the weekly report with road and bridge superintendent.
Well, we're just trying to play a little road and we can't seem to get much done. Because of the weather. But hit a few spots where we can hit them and. As you can see, we're gonna. Turn back into another mud ball, but. Other than that, that's about it. We're just filling holes. Waiting for the weather to change. Just mechanicking on something, sweeping rocks off the road mostly.
Yeah, I see you got the east work. Nice. So fog, I didn't realize that first time.
It passes the inspection, so.
Yeah. Yes. And the ground, buck on stuff, we just gotta. Get some frost out of the ground, you know, or just. Nothing you can do it on. The way the weather is, you know, between the rain and the snow. Just normal time of year,
Thought you were supposed to be gone.
where,
Yeah, read that date. You was gonna be gone?
I mean, I'm in. For that. Senate blade goes white black pine off one more time. Get everything off that we can get off. You know, before it melts out.
Excuse me, if somebody complained about the rock rake,
Oh, yeah, did Justin Bloom get a hold of you? The bus transportation in Phillipsburg, he had gotten a hold of me on Friday or Thursday about Rock Creek.
Yeah,
They told me.
nothing to do with it.
It's still frozen out there.
Yeah, it's all potholes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe give them a call, let them know once it's dry.
I talked to a couple people about it last week. I mean. They just won't give you a chance to do anything, you know.
so, pretty nice trucks you got there. The picture of it?
Yeah. They seem to be pretty good. What?
Seem to be. Haven't you driven one? Did you drive?
Well, they made it home.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Did,
Yeah, we're good. Prices on. For plows and stuff for them. Working on that now. And they're. Gonna get us a hard number next week on the chip sealing. For up at Eastport. So we'll have a good number for that.
Did you talk to Sharon?
I did,
Did you say,
she. Take them out.
take them out?
That's on at 10 o'clock, you'll have to make the motion now.
well, then we have someone that says, don't take them out.
That's why we better wait till 10
Yeah.
o'clock, because then we can go to the.
Yeah, but he said he talked to Sharon and.
We'll just wait till 10 o'clock, and then we can go through it. Solid waste, we got a quote here from.
55 a ton.
Okay, 37.
Yeah, that won't work, and then it's only 3 years besides, you know, so. Yeah, that's not gonna be,
We put it on the beginning next week, we just got the correspondence and it's like, we put it in the next week.
oh,
Is they on the agenda, but I mean, I just let me, did you see?
I seen it last week. Yeah, I mean. Way more than the paying, that doesn't make any sense, so.
Especially if you have to get your own vehicles to haul it there.
Well, I mean, you can't move on a 3-year contract.
No,
I mean, it just isn't gonna work.
that's what it did.
They're willing to come over, I think, too, if you want them to be here.
Well, if they're not gonna match the paying with the paying and the rest, I don't see why having them come in. That's my opinion. Figure Don would make the decision. We didn't have him make a decision.
Yeah.
Well, it's there isn't any reason to make a decision, we're just researching, right?
Right.
But I mean, we didn't talk about it before it was just in the course. But anything else on the solid waste?
No,
We had kind of a thing there at the meeting the other night that, you know, we're trying to get that survey and we told them we couldn't get it for the cabin and then one time. And I think we quite understand, but they brought that up before. They want to make sure they knew who's was what,
And
and then all of a sudden now it's, we're the holdup.
well, you just can't get to it right now. It's gonna be a couple weeks.
okay, so I guess I was confused. I thought that the town of Drummond wanted it surveyed, so and all we need to do is. We don't have to have it surveyed, we just need, what? A retracement of what's already there.
That's what they were saying.
And if it's been surveyed, then there should be a copy of it.
Oh, I think so.
Well, they said that Marine was even thinking of the survey when we put the well and stuff in, and then when you put that in and get that.
Yeah, I had no idea. You guys just wanted to get it surveyed, so.
Yeah, Linda Bach didn't find it, we could do a little more. Digging.
So if there's a meets and bounds description. Could that be a retracement survey?
Yeah,
It would be a retracement survey to
Yeah.
have a legal description
Well, I, you know,
versus the meets and bounds description that is of record.
well, and if there's one recorded, Sarah would be able to find it too.
Well, it'd be in a legal document
Yeah.
if it was deeded to Granite County from whomever.
yeah, it could be
Well,
from-
but the-
Might have been from the old guy that had the grant sale, or Jim,
But Linda hasn't found that, if it's,
Hasn't found the legal description coming from.
well, has the deed, but not a retracement survey.
Right,
I guess what comes down, I don't know the way they're talking about, we're just trying to, you know, get this so we can go ahead and move on and get some people in, I don't know why.
But they were upset that it's gonna take a couple weeks, or what was the issue?
I don't know, it's just kind of hard to understand when you said we're trying to get approval, so we put bathrooms in, so we know what to. If we, you know, that's all we're trying to do, they get the police for so many years. So we can move ahead, otherwise we're not gonna get it done. I don't see.
Right.
Check the water.
It's in for Alan, we did. So when we get it back from Alan, we want it up there for, maybe next week and then,
Checking the water, the well water there.
Yeah.
And then we drill one out here, I guess the whole deal was just to make sure that if we're gonna build something, we still have a spot. To do it.
I think if you guys, my advice, if you're gonna put money into bathrooms, you should get a long-term lease there.
And that's all we're asking.
well, there's a bathroom site on the county side or the town side.
We don't know, that's why we're trying to get.
That's what's the whole deal for the survey. I have no idea.
I guess we can have Sarah or somebody look it up a little more and see what she found out, but Linda's not finding it. But we need to move ahead, otherwise we're not gonna get it done. I guess that's, we gotta go back at the cities and say, well, let's just, you know, let's get this long-term lease done and then.
Well, they were supposed to be looking at, we did them draft one, they were supposed to be coming back to us with their proposed changes.
It's kind of what-
What's the Beaver one, don't they have got a 100-year lease on it or something?
say that again.
Well,
Kurt.
Doesn't Beaver got like a 100-year lease on it or something?
No, they all, town of Phillipsburg owns it. And the county has a current lease that expires in,
A couple years.
2
It's
years.
like a 30-year
We
lease.
just, like, you know, we just wanna make sure we're. Gonna be there to build it and put this money into these bathrooms, we're not gonna make them all, we prove it out. That's always asking, just to make sure we get a long lease and when it become bigger. It's,
So the well, is it on the county side down in Drummond?
we don't know,
Oh.
that's what. That's when Marine was saying the other night that they thought, you know, they surveyed that, put that dead animal in. stuff in there, and she thought there was something about it. The way I understood it,
But we can do some more. Digging on that, but
because they put up
Hasn't
all that
found so
other
far.
bids and stuff, you know, right
Yeah.
against, and they wanted to make sure they were on and that, but.
it could have been the surveyor went down there and just marked it off too. But like a plat of
It
so-
could be in your record, corner recordations too.
Just when you have them look it up and then, yeah, that way we get that hand and let's move on with it.
So if they went and set the pins, you'd find it in your corner recordations,
1970.
in the,
Yeah,
Remember the past there and look it up.
yeah.
Okay, anything else on the? Public comment? For solid waste, road bridge?
I think,
Well, he's gotta get up, I can't.
So I'm
You got
John
state
Williams.
your names and stuff.
I was wondering about the signs on the Rosie Road.
We're getting it put up. We just talked about it last week.
Okay. You remember what we talked about?
Getting it put up. You know, one thing that we were talking about is. I thought we had them at 30 miles an hour. And
Well, everybody that was at the meeting remembered it being 25.
she looked it up, so that's where we're putting up 25, we're gonna put up 4 signs.
So at the meeting, as I recall, we talked about doing 2 signs in each direction from the foot of the hill to the highway.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so this is an agreement with the commissioners. Do they tell you how to do it, or does the road crew just go out and do it, or how does it?
No, let's go out and do it. We'll just go out and put them up.
So what are you thinking? Tell me a little bit about where you think you might have.
One just in just a little ways from the pavement. And then another one at the toe of the hill.
Say you're going east,
Yeah,
one a little ways in from the pavement.
Yeah.
Going east, and then where would the second?
just somewhere by the bottom of the hill.
How about you move it back? How about you move it back? Somewhere between where the 2 cattle guards would be. if
We
they
can
were-
do that too.
Okay.
That,
You wanna do
you
that?
know, that's fine, but at
Okay,
least it'll be off there a little bit more anyway.
Sure.
And then. For coming down,
how about
probably one on top of the hill and one,
Okay, so we talked about the bottom of the hill, so it wouldn't, I mean, if you do want top of the hill, that's beyond this agreement. So from the bottom of the hill, maybe again where the property boundary is, where the second cattle guard used to be. Maybe there. Would that
the
be-
one close by your house, you mean?
Yeah, somewhere in there. The
Because-
idea is try to slow this traffic down.
Right,
You know, they're gonna be kind of slow coming down the hill anyway.
yeah,
Would you agree? I mean, you have. to
Well,
agree
it's
with this.
supposed to
You're
be.
the guy doing it.
I mean, they go. They'll go too fast, but,
So originally there was a cattle guard there, and
Mhm.
part of the purpose of the cattle guard was to slow down the traffic. Would that be
I mean,
a reasonable thing, put one there?
well, we'd have one on each side right there. But then there's no sense in having another one going out toward the highway.
Yes, sir.
Do you think
Slow them
so?
down, sure. Slow them down. But there used to be a cattle guard there to slow them down, and that's part of the purpose of the cattle guard, and that was part of the purpose of the discussion.
Right, but I mean, if it's going out. Where the other cattle guard was, that's 10 feet from the highway.
I'm talking about the middle check, the one that was ours.
Yeah. No, I plan on putting on one there.
Okay, so tell me again. If they can going east, you'd probably put one in. Not too far from the highway,
Right,
maybe out there, a couple hundred feet or something like that.
and then we put another one in by the corner.
No, the next one. Approximately, okay, where the cattle guard was that you took out last year.
Yeah,
Okay, one there going east. Going west. Maybe at the upper cattle guard at our property boundary. And the second one
I was,
a little bit west of. Where the cattle guard is, would that be effective? I mean, this is up to the commissioners, is this effective with you guys? I think that would be pretty good, that would be what I would see.
yeah, I was thinking of putting it above that. One higher and then one at that. cattle guard,
Let's not go higher, we don't need it, it's plenty slow coming down the hill. You wouldn't need the. You wouldn't need it. Part of the reason for allowing the cattle guards to go out. was by having signs that would slow the traffic down. So that would be a pretty good place, in my opinion.
Well. We can put them all four there, I mean,
Can you get another sign and put it up on top too?
Yeah,
I
if you
I
need
think you
signs.
cover the hill.
If you need signs on top, do it. I mean, that's beyond this discussion. Yeah, I mean, it's great to slow the traffic down.
well, if they will, hopefully they will. You know, I mean, at least you got something there, so,
Well, you can write them up.
right,
Then we got this guy.
Yeah.
If you write them up.
right.
Yeah, I'll prosecute. The,
Yeah, what is?
I don't know if the,
So
trying to
they'd
think,
be 20 spots, and they'd be in those spots that we just discussed.
Yeah.
And you'll stay with that.
Yeah,
All right. So, okay, thank you.
still put one up on top.
Anything else on this? Public comment? So we're gonna move into the removal of cattle guard from East Fork Road, discussion decision.
So talking with Sharon was going through Joe. And talked with him again on Saturday. And I told him that. House would like to leave him in. And. They feel he has no say in it at all, because it doesn't affect his ground. And Joe assures me that they would like him out. And that they're never grazing cattle there. Because they have other plans for that ground. And. I said, well, and I told him, you know, that Chuck said that Sharon might want him in, and he assured me absolutely not, she does not want him in.
Do we get something that
So,
In writing.
writing, so we don't end up?
Well, he has nothing to say about it, actually. I mean, it was just his.
Well, we need something in writing from Sharon. You talking to her is fine, but we need some documentation
So we don't get into like that last.
that if she wouldn't mind.
yeah, oh, I'm sure that we can write something on Joe and
Yeah.
whatever.
you're just signing a letter from them.
Yeah, a letter from him saying that it would be okay to remove cattle guards.
Cause
That they
last
see
time we
no
didn't
reason.
have nothing. Last time we didn't have nothing.
Yeah.
And by Bergman, we well. Yeah, really, yeah. That's why we put it in the paper too.
Yeah, she had no correspondence from the paper at all either.
I know, I'm just saying. Right. But yeah, if we get a letter from Joe and Sharon, then that way it's covered.
So you want a motion to remove the cattle guards if we get a letter from the Monger Snack?
I think we should table it until we get a letter from the landowners.
You know, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you're not doing that today anyway, so.
Yeah, that's, let's get the letter and then we can make.
Get the letter and make a decision.
You know, I have a comment about that, just. Since we went through this once before, one of the things you might put in the letter is who owns the cattle. So. I mean,
I can't hear what you're saying.
oh, I was just gonna say, you might put it in your correspondence as to who owns the cattle guards and who they belong to. I mean, it may very well be that they're the county, you know, the ones we took out on Frederick Road, they were installed by the original owners. And they claim those cattle, so
As far as I know, they're county, but I have no idea.
you might just have it in there. but If the Munguses are saying. No, we don't claim them, then you've got it. When we removed the other cattle guard, the first cattle guard we removed on Rumsey Road, the agreement was it was our cattle guard, because we bought it from the Junior Women's. And Cliff said, well, hey, can we just borrow it? Well, I haven't got it back yet. So, I mean, and I'm not making an issue of that, but it was, you know, it belonged to somebody. The second cattle guard, the one you removed, belonged to us. As you knew and you left.
Yeah,
So I just,
I think that's why we're talking to Joe and Sharon.
well, that's why you're talking about a letter. I mean, in your letter, you can see who claims, and that's just something to throw out there. Put it in
Yeah.
the words.
I guess. If you wrote up something, short and sweet, I could get them to sign it.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good.
Get it and make sure to put it on next week, so when it does get nice, that it can actually go.
Yeah.
and do it. You guys good as that? Yeah. Fine.
Just when we start laying asphalt out there, we,
Yeah, so
we're ready for that.
And Is it one or two you're talking about? Two?
First and second one.
Any other public comment on this? Can't believe how many people still think the slide down Vermont's County. They get called, I had like
Oh.
5 calls this weekend. It's a state Department of Transportation's problem.
What did anything wash out down lower part?
Not too terrible bad. You know. I don't think we're done. By any stretch,
Well, I think we are down there,
but
except with the main bridge.
when I was up. Toward the moonlight there over the weekend. There's 3-4 feet of snow up there still.
We were sledding and, yeah, go back on the backside of those, and back like those.
Yeah. Well, I guess. That's all I got. I'll get out of here. Good.
Good.
All righty, thanks. See you later.
We'll move on to the, being there's no public comment.
I mean, this one, right, in this place it works.
Yeah, I get it in, I get it down. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
All right, we're gonna move on to the dam tenders report, Georgetown Lake outflow review. The decision, it's at 64/28/39, 13.32 inches below. Last week,
13 what?
13.32, last week was 13.2. We're at 35.
35. And then 35 went. Kind of an emergency thing.
Yeah. We have, Brad Learman's on, Stephen Bagley and,
I think Pat Saffel was gonna get on today. I don't see him on there yet.
So, got some comments. So, I entertain the motion, see what you guys wanna do.
Public comment.
Oh, we gotta go with a motion first.
Are you asking me?
No, not yet, I'm not. We're gonna go, want a motion to see if we wanna stay or reduce it, or what is, I guess that's up to us.
Okay, so you're looking at in a month. We're going to have to be at 35. Correct?
Yeah,
And right now, compared to last year we were still at 6, right? Okay. So last year it was 6428.54 on the 17th of April. This year at 35, we're at 6428, and this says 0.41.
I figured yesterday we're 2 inches lower.
Is 2 inches lower. And so we gained 2 inches just overnight. We said yesterday was 2 inches lower.
We were 2 inches lower than we were last year.
then last year, yeah.
Than we were last year.
And there, yeah. So. Right, look, right now, today, 0.56 versus 0.4. Is what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
4.29.564. don't know, I think, right now, I'm thinking. For what, 13?
13.32. As of this morning at 8:30, I think she said.
Mhm.
And was that not what's coming in, did they say? Or I guess-
No, Paul Tellen's not available today, and I didn't get anything from Bensinger.
But what they're betting on Blanche is if you, they're saying there's just a ton of snow and moisture up there. It's gonna come down and fill
Well, you know it is.
it. We do,
Yes. Oh, you think we're gonna have freezing weather all summer long?
no. But at my place. The creeks aren't running like they used to. At this time normally, and
Kind of staying stable,
it's going in the ground,
which is good.
which is good for the trees, yeah.
When you look at the Flint Creek down there, it come up and then it went back down, but it's actually the banks you're starting to see, you can see the color and the level, you know, it's going in the ground what we need, so I think. It's doing good.
I think it's, I would say, I would make a motion to keep it at 35.
And a second. I'll second it. Any public comment? Now you can. State your name and stuff for
Okay,
record.
my name is John Grooms. I didn't quite understand when you, Blanche, you mentioned that you might have gone to 35 as an emergency.
Well, it was last week we said 30 and then you got a phone call from. That the water was coming in really fast. And that we should go to,
From the influence.
Yeah,
Okay, so my comment is just that. Last year, if we looked at the Snowtail. In the Georgetown drainage. At about this time, it hit 100%. It hasn't hit 100% this year. In that Snowtail. So. But it's been right around 95. It's 95 today. We filled the lake. We all called it being filled. Didn't quite fill, but we all said that it filled. So, I guess one of the little things that I'd throw out is if we're a couple of inches lower now than we were at this time last year, and it really truthfully didn't fill. And we have a little less than average snow at the Snowtail, slightly over average at Peterson Meadows. I spent a lot of time at Georgetown Lake, I'd say in the, you know, what I see, just from my observation, it's a normal year. I have a project going at Echo Lake. Certainly not over. Any over. I haven't seen anything that led me to believe that we are lots and lots of snow at Discovery. So those are just observations. But using the data from the Snowtail, we're not sure, I'm not sure that I would be saying.
which Snowtail are you talking about? Because right here it says Peterson Meadows Snowtail is 158% of normal.
Well, it was that day. At Peterson. No, I'm looking at the other one, at the one in Redmond. So,
But the Warm Springs,
warm,
it's 133% of normal.
no, it is.
That's what it says
Well,
right
if you
here.
look at it this morning, it's 95. It's never been over 97 this year. So I'm going by that. I'm just going by the data that.
Where are you getting your information?
Off of the Snowtail,
But where's he getting his? He making it up?
possibly.
Okay.
We're
not
I don't know. So anybody that looks at Snowtail site has seen it over 100% this year.
well, we get this stuff every.
Yeah, okay, so I get that too, all right, we'll just switch over to that. I don't see where Todd has mentioned any emergency in this. He's pointing out,
It wasn't Todd, it was Paul Helen and worried about.
Okay. All right, I'm just saying what I'm thinking. Right now, the things that we look at, the data we look at, the observations that we make. Do not point to an emergency that I can see. And, okay, so on that subject. If there were an emergency and. You know, and it was obvious that it was an emergency, is it then the commissioner's beliefs that you should work outside of the agreement, outside of the FERC agreement?
Well, we can if we go through the route.
But that's
So we did that.
that's something you're kind of in favor of.
Just gotta get all the, you know.
Yeah, you gotta get all the information. And Todd's real good at this. And Todd's, if you look at Todd's information, he's not pointing out any excess water this year. It's right in there. He did have a high number for Peterson Meadows that day. And Peterson has been staying a little bit high. Warm Springs hasn't hit 100 yet on the Snowtail site.
Remember my point before was, we went into this winter at an extreme drought right here. Okay.
And dry.
It's dry, and so it's a dry sponge, that ground is a dry sponge. And you can't freeze a dry sponge, I mean, so that water at my place, like I said, is going into the ground, I mean, it's running a little bit down. If you draw it, so not like it used to, not, you know, and. So what's to say that this 120% snowpack up there isn't gonna go into the ground and not into the creek to fill the lake? Okay.
It's a little early right now.
It
It hasn't rained. Rain is the big contributor. I'm just throwing this out there.
I know what you're saying, because I was saying
You're-
the same thing all
You're
winter.
being slightly risky by dumping the water ahead of time. I mean, you got lots of time to dump water. You got a nice big valve to dump water. If you play by the rules, you can dump water up to 100. And we've all seen 100 come down there. And so,
We don't want to do that because it'll wash things out.
well,
I know.
anyway, that's all I got to throw out here is. I look at this pretty closely and I haven't seen, you mentioned an emergency. I don't know of anybody that's seen that emergency. Other than maybe what you're saying about Paul. And look at what Todd writes. Pay attention to what he writes.
We do,
It's
don't
there.
say that, we do pay attention, that's pretty rude to say that. We do
Well,
pay attention, that's why we
okay.
just told you what he said, and you're saying, no, that's not right. I mean, well, now you're contradicting, because it's,
I'm not sure where he got that information for. The red line, because it has not been up there. I mean, you can go back and look at the data, it's not in there.
we have another comment. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Just some questions. Number one, you still don't have a dam tender, do you? Still looking for one?
Yes, we do.
Oh, you
we-
do have one?
Go ahead.
Can I speak? We selected one last week, and we had 3 really good candidates. And so we had to pick one, which we did, and Billy said he's gonna be here tomorrow.
Yep, we will be here tomorrow to do training with Jeremiah at 1 PM.
to do the
So as
training.
it stands now, you don't have one. So these reports are the dam tender, or we don't know. I think that was a good question. Where are you getting this information? I see on the website, the USGS readings. I see that Todd Blythe sends information. So I'm kind of like wondering, what information are you looking at when you refer to this?
Different sources.
Well, the lake level and outflows are USGS.
That we pulled this
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
And then Todd Blythe's report comes from the DNRC, and then you get your inflows, and typically that information comes from Paul Talon brings that in from Brentford Hydro, and then you have Fish, Wildlife and Parks on.
My own opinion, the inflow is a real suspect. What people are saying.
Chuck's opinion.
And I also see that Brad Learman is on and maybe he can,
I will when I get there. I was letting you finish and then.
oh, this is public comment period, so maybe he has a comment.
This is, come on, Blaine, this is,
I do. Yep. I have a comment too. It's a.
go ahead.
So I don't know if you've seen the email, there's a little bit of a legal opinion dispute on whether you can let out more than 10 CFS without there being a temporary modification. It's my opinion that under the Article 402, in the spring conditions, you can do that to avoid the uncontrolled spillway releases. The 35 is releases right now is probably would require I think would require a temporary modification. Because what Todd Blythe's saying is that outflows average a little over 30 for April and May. So there won't be still, uncontrolled spillway releases. So I think if you keep it 35, I think that's it. Would need consent of the three agencies. If you kept it the 30 range, then I think you're still following the first order.
Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, it's just, I was just looking at the Snowtel site and it's 99% at Warm Springs and 120 at Peterson Meadows. So just so you guys know, that's what the current data is. Yeah, I think, yeah, we agree with Blaine that it's probably requires a variance in the license to be operating above 10 CF, the lesser 10 CFS or outflows at this point. So yeah, no disagreement with that.
Well, that's a little different than I said. My opinion is if they go to 35, they're going above what the license says, because Todd Blythe saying the average about 30 CFS for April, May. I don't see that being a temporary modification under 402. It allows the commission some latitude there on adjusting, so you don't have uncontrolled spillway. But yeah, 35, there's no data right now supporting that. So you could do 35 in your motion, but then I think you have to get a temporary modification for that.
We talk about this uncontrolled spillway, yeah, but we still got a gate valve. We can play with a whole lot of.
So you have to be careful what's down below. That's what happened before,
Yeah, I know. I mean, we don't want
Yeah, we don't want
to go over 70, remember 70.
It's more than just up there. It goes all the way down. And everybody keeps just concentrating up here, but you got people all the way down this valley. I mean, we gotta talk to everybody. It's not just you guys.
It's different down there than up. The Georgetown contribution, very little compared to all the other waters that come in. So, yeah, that you do need to be aware of this, but up here is the choke point. And but, yeah,
So
but right now, it's a little too much to be let out. If you look at it realistically.
then when it gets full and it's up and then we capture them. It's never, ever.
They've done
Yeah,
it.
you come in here before we got it too full or too low, you're never happy with it. You're not.
So Blaine, what you're saying is that we should keep it at 30. And then in the instance that happened last week, where Paul called and he was worried because it was coming up, it was really warm and coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to encourage you guys for a set amount. That's your guys' call, but I guess I'm giving you my legal opinion that if you're letting out in the above 30 range, I think you have to have it's a temporary modification. You need consent from the agencies. If you're letting 30 out, I think within that, you're within the FERC license. Whether you want to let 30 out is commission's decision. I'm not encouraging any specific number.
I would just say, yeah, Blaine, I think we still are a little off on how we're interpreting it. So we'll just have to continue talking about that, because like I said, we feel like if it's lesser than 10 CFS or inflows, is what the license says, and so we think anytime you're over 10 CFS or inflows, the lesser of 10 CFS or inflows, then we'd need a variance. So I understand that's not your interpretation, so we'll just have to talk some more about it.
Hey, so I think we're gonna,
I'll amend my motion.
yeah,
At 30, let out 30.
I think that's, my opinion, that's consistent with the first quarter.
So what happens in the meantime then? And is what kind of weather this coming week? What if it warms up and? Then go with an emergency plan?
I would get Todd Blythe to weigh in, because it sounds like there's some stuff going up and down here, and so, but the latest report I looked at, he had he said outflows averaging 30 CFS in April, May, the way I'm interpreting, that then that would still fill, and you wouldn't have, and I understand that you use the gate valve too, so.
so
last, I can say it one more time. Okay, last year I measured the precipitation in the spring. I can't do it right now because it's all snow and it plugs up my gauge. But as soon as it starts, half rain or snow or rain. And last year in the spring, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like 8 to 10 inches of rain. Before we let out the 30 we had to, while we were doing the 6. What did the lake do? It went right, basically perfectly to the snow point.
Almost there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it went down. That was 8 to 10 inches of rain. I know it was, I remember. And
It's early. It's.
finish. Hey, one at a time, let him finish. Go ahead.
I think it was.
Yeah, see? You can't just, but
Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, so that's what I'm saying, and we just let out 6 all the way to the. So I'm just real nervous about this 30-35 stuff going out. And because, like I said before, we don't feel that way. It can be bad.
So and then what my comment is looking at comparing year to year. The 30 coming out. There was more water in there daily on an average than there was only 6 coming out. I mean, just watching it. So you're saying that it was better keeping 6, but when you look at last year's average and this year's average, when we were doing it at 30, it was, the water level is down now, but it has not been. It's been keeping the same, watching it daily, keeping the same as it was the year before. As a matter of fact, there was more water in the lake than there was last year at certain times, having it at 30. And that's watching it daily. And I kind of go in there and look at it and say, oh, okay, there's more water in this lake now than there was last year, and we're doing it at 30.
Oh, there's less water.
Hmm?
There's less water in it.
There's more water. Watching it. Yeah, right now there's less water than there was April 17th.
Yeah.
So, okay, so 6428.54 is more water than 6428.4.
Blanche, can I make a comment?
Well, just a second, let him, just a second, I'll get, because he's got his hand up too, I'm trying to get, I'm still on the motion, are we good, go back to 30?
Well, if Blaine is recommending that,
Well, he's just recommending we can't go over, we shouldn't go over.
Yeah.
30
Yeah,
right
I'm not,
now Without jumping through all of it.
I'm not recommending any specific outflow.
Oh,
John, I'm wondering where John's.
Okay,
Thanks. He was been waving back. Just a second.
I'm Wayne Hale. I've listened to all this and I've sat in these meetings yearly, listened to these things, and I think you're making, a reasonable decision and discussion about the inflows and outflows. I am suggesting that you go back to something more historically reflective of what we've done in the past, around 30. 35 is exceptional, and I drew a line with Blaine if we did beat that, and we have to jump through the hoops in regards to the 3 agencies we have to get approved from. So I think taking the right decision is really just monitoring on a day-by-day basis as you are now. You've got the ability to turn the lever up and down. But I do agree that we need to keep watch of it, so we keep the reservoir full, so later in the season, we got water.
Yeah.
And so I think you turn it back now, and then, just watch it on a week-by-week basis.
And on that,
That's
and
my-
on that, hoping that, quality could call, and that's why probably they would start on, and it was really good.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why we've been doing this day by day,
Yeah.
and I know, and then we get a hold of each other.
seriously, as you know, the weather changes daily, as we know, in Montana, you can sit blowing up, and it's different. And so we're gonna see ups and downs, and so I think we have to continue to look at the long-term weather forecast and just try to guess. I guess the best we can,
Okay,
but you got control. You got the hand on board.
okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't have anything more to comment on that. I was gonna say for Blanche that. I think you're looking at the right thing. You're looking at the outflow. And you're seeing it going down at 35, we're continually going down. That would be if there's, in my opinion, that's the risk. If you look at it long enough, you will not see any difference in the inflow. I mean, obviously 35 is more than the inflow. So if you look at the graph, you're letting out more than it's coming in. It does go up and down a little bit, so if you look at it at daily, you'll see spikes. If you look at the whole thing you're looking at there, you'll see, you don't really see much difference in the outflow. So what Paul was concerned about happened, certainly, he saw something, but it wasn't there the next day. So it's maybe a little bit of a knee-jerk thing here to say, okay, let's get it out of there. My opinion is it's a little bit risky to go below what we did last year. This early in the year. You got plenty of time, you got Bell. And you can release a lot of water. It's noticeable between the dam and Redbird. By then, it's very hard to tell the difference in 50 cubic feet. I mean, we've all worked on ditches enough to know that it's very hard when you get to the Allendale to tell 50 inches of water. You can't even tell. You can't even see where it comes over the rock. But you can, at the Scouting Hope Bridge, you can tell.
Do you think under 30 or do you think at 30 or,
Well, our motion's at 30.
yeah, I just wondered. what
You're
his
at
thoughts
30.
were.
It seems to me that the inflow is less than 30. I mean, that's the feeling here, that our inflow is less than 30. We're not gaining. We should be gaining, we're losing. So you look at the graphs and you tell me, or you answer your own question, but.
But
Yeah,
I mean, I just wanted your opinion,
Yeah.
I respect. your
Here's a good thing about being at 30.
We're gonna move on here.
Is that we can
We're way
change-
out of-
But we get to generate power if we let it out. That's a good thing. Otherwise, we lose it at the end.
Okay, so do I have a second?
Okay, so the one thing, it goes, the lake gained 268 acre feet of storage from February through March, so it's gaining, it's not. So my amended is 30.
I have a second. I'll second it. We'll go back to 30. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we'll get all moved back. We gotta move on. We're way behind here.
Thanks, everybody.
I let Ben know.
Huh?
I texted Ben Singer.
Oh, you're going.
Mm,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll do that. Hey, yeah.
Thanks for showing up.
And Jim.
Guys want to sign it?
So a couple things that they bring up, but the Ace Ripping people got back to us. I think they're gonna be here at 10. I'm not sure if they can come look at the
What do you want, people?
Ace Ripping people, that issue with the leak, the roof, and then the Slate Architecture folks will be around too, looking at things, but they're on at 1, but they were gonna do some looking around here on the elevator project.
They're looking around without us.
Well, they were wanting to look at a few spots there and then would come in and at 1, if you guys wanted to, then they would walk around and they're just doing some initial stuff.
We have that other thing at 2, don't we?
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, you see where Blackhead, county got 200,000, they went for a grant, got $200,000 for the quick response unit.
They did?
It was last night, yeah.
Who
I
did?
tried Blackhead County, I tried to hear it, like, when people talking, but I was gonna look it up. They got 200,000 for a quick response from some grant.
From,
Or some grant. They went for it.
so that was, yeah, I wonder.
It'd probably be on the news this morning, 'cause it was-
well, their finance lady, I like her.
I decided to throw that out. Didn't see that last night.
Must be the in thing to do, huh? Must be the in thing to do.
Add it on the back or what?
I see, here's an article on it. It's from
That was cool.
said there's a recent collaboration with the South Kalispell Fire District with the this a nonprofit to extend its services to the residents of South Kalispell. They got a grant from the Montana Department of Transportation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I hope we can get something going.
Was there interest at that joint sessions meeting?
Okay.
Was there interest at that joint sessions? meeting?
Oh, yeah.
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 That's good.
Is Frank Prince here today or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Done at noon. 12:05.
Will you go back to his office? Will you go back to his office?
Yeah, he'll be back in a little bit.
Gonna ask him. Will you get back to this? So do you text Paul and tell him to put it down to 30? Or-
Send it to Ben, with all
Yeah.
about town.
Yeah, Paul's chaperoning the senior trip
Oh,
this week. So Ben's running the show up there. Yeah. And he texted me back, it's down to 30 right now.
I'm just guessing, with the snow, the water content, the snow, and I've been doing it for a while. I think they're only like an inch and a half of precipitation this spring so far with this spring snow. Some of it wet, which is good. Some of it dry. And I'm walking out in the pasture and I was on snowshoes. Yesterday I was good, but I take those snowshoes off. And then I go right down, so there's no base to it.
so, whoops.
We have bare ground now, but we have bare ground now. We do, but we, what was it, last week? Before it like snowed again. We had all that water come through and like right in front of my brother's house, we had like a pond and there was so much water going through the culvert. You could see little rapids in it. There was like a little eddy up there. There was so much water. And then after we got that snow again, it's all gone. There's no more water. And now with it all, I mean, it's all bare ground now, but there's no water and our head gate up top, it's complete ice. Like, I don't know. There's no water though now. Literally none.
Went down the ground.
Mhm. It was just weird that there was so much, now there's none,
Yeah,
but I am excited that there's bare ground. Makes me happy.
Hello? Yeah. Hey, what happened to the door, the dock, and the ones we're playing? This says, repair shop behind the main shop in hall. Yeah. Oh, okay, I just making sure that it's kind of scribbled on there, it says Halloween fever, and just trying to figure out for sure where, and what, all is repaired. Oh, okay, and did we get, were you gonna get, you got out of there too quick on me, I needed to ask you about the bridges and the putting up the signage on them, did we ever?
so we're at Maverick Motorsports. We're at Maverick Motorsports.
Yeah.
I think it's in Missoula.
That's what's called.
No, I think we.
Oh, I think they bought down here. I think they bought
Talked about the one replacement.
the one down here. What's it called? Granite Sportland. Let me go ask Sue. I heard a rumor that.
That's what I did, we just snuck out of there.
Sue.
Good.
Heard that. I'm gonna ask. I think.
No, I was still on that other topic. Figure out which bridges we need to get signed on, the main ones that are getting hit really hard with the mud and stuff, I guess. Okay. I guess you kind of know which ones you want to look at, so I guess there is some signing to the main ones that you're thinking about. Move on and the rest of them, you know.
So. Yeah.
Oh.
So Philip McDonald bought the building.
Good.
Philip McDonald, but they lease and he leases them the building or the business. They have the business, he owns the building.
I guess we'll have
So it's a whole new
to-
business. It's Maverick Sports, or the same.
Maverick Motorsports, but I think it's the same people. Yeah. I'd heard something like that. I knew she would know.
Well, I guess put it on the agenda for next week. Not yet.
So on that midwinter conference. They're charging, and I did call them and cancel. And they still sent a bill. I did not can. And I called them before. On the day before, or the couple days before when I made the decision that.
Hmm.
So there
How much is your, charge?
Hmm?
How much?
was 200. So I called them because I knew that they'd
And the
be
roads
doing
were
a meal
crappy.
count. And they take roll calls, so knowing that I'm absent, not
Yeah.
there. So Becky said she'd give them a call. But she'll disallow that and we'll put this now.
I think a lot of people canceled because I picked up a little. Something was what
Yeah.
somebody said someplace.
Well, the weather was horrible.
Yeah, because the weather is.
Pulled this one out and she said to keep this one out, she'll have to take. Cause I had called them and canceled going to the local conference and so they're still trying to charge $200.
Is that this one here or this?
This one here. So we'll just put this on the top. If you can see
Well,
it.
I'm looking at another.
If you wanna sign it, I'll take it in for and
Well, we disallow
just disallowing not. Just this part. The 35 needs to.
I see there's one in there for CarQuest still. Is Paul doing all that order?
For the one that's the car question that still showed John on it was finally paid, I noticed that. So, and the others say road. So yeah, probably, I would hope. Is doing that, if anybody else is. You, ask Blaine.
Yeah.
If he can find the old.
Ordinance?
Ordinance, that the old original one that he took his probably information from, and it was a vicious dog.
Yeah, let me check it.
Because there was a note made in the commissioner proceedings that in October of '96. They accepted the vicious dog thing and posted it is all I can find. And where they posted it is a good question. If he has it.
It was from 96.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm thinking I found in the minutes, there was something in '96 that was posted for vicious dog.
Okay.
And when I visited with JP, she had an old one that I should have got, that she felt that Blaine probably took the old one and revamped the new one ordinance.
Did you look in the clerk and recorder's office?
Yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't in there.
Hmm.
Wasn't
I
in there.
couldn't find it.
Okay. I text him.
I don't know what happened to it,
Let me see.
and where it's sitting or how they indexed it.
Ooh,
And apparently there was. And it might have been. The information taken from. The town's ordinance.
Oh. Do the towns have a separate ordinance?
Well, yeah.
They do?
Yeah. So. Scott. When you do year. When you do the year. The whole year, this is comparing, this is last year. This is this year. This is at 6. This is at. There's always more water in there, even with the output we're putting out. Than there was with just putting out 6. Does that look like that to you? And then right now. It just because of the fact that it went up to 35. And so there's more water in it last year than that. This,
This is our ace roofing guy, he's doing, walk around looking at the roof,
for what?
warranty.
The warranty on the roof.
For the what?
Warranty.
Oh, okay.
You're saying, let you know what's going on if you hear it stomping around.
Hey,
And, yeah, just, going through the bills and that does. On the Napa, I don't want the. Within blades for the new stuff or what? Windshield wipers, you sign.
And then there was the issue when it leaked. you
Four
gave
hundred
me
dollars,
this-
367 dollars in blades.
he's not
I know, I'm just saying that they're, oh, you got to do it, yeah, see, it's so hard to see. Yeah, boy, well, okay, yeah, it's just you can't see it. So I was making it. Oh. No, that's fine, I guess you couldn't see it on the.
You can keep the old-
All right, I thought just gotta go through each
Tell
one.
me if it is.
Yeah. Glad the sun came out.
Hmm?
I'm glad the sun came out.
Every day too, I see two guys not wearing vests,
Too bad, huh?
not wearing their vests. They don't think we're fair. I mean, we push it, what do you do? We walk across the street without vests on.
So, what can you do?
Yeah, I just write them up.
Mhm.
Write them up. This
Well,
one.
yeah, we, well, I guess,
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you can just document it and then, you know, something happened.
I agree.
you know, we pushed on this and it took us so long, because they kept
You know
like,
what? And I'm around and I listen, and this is an issue that I hear. They're just, well, I mean, it's simple, so,
well, it's about the safety is the whole thing. and-
well, that's the thing, is that, you can't get them to wear safety vests. Which is fundamental, how can you even do anything to save them?
I mean, you keep wandering and wandering, but, I mean, sooner or later, I guess you go home.
I don't have you on for a
Well, it's
while.
the thing is that, in most
Okay,
places,
let me know
you
if you
go
need
to one and It's, then as soon as you're done.
Yeah.
You
Ooh,
just
those are
go on,
fancy. Thank you.
happen all at once, and what?
Been on,
It just goes through and back. That doesn't keep it good.
He just dropped these off early.
yeah,
This isn't for a while.
what's this for?
This is for later when you do walk through and stuff. Okay. Yeah.
We're on for the collation of cyber security policy renewal.
It's just your renewal for your cybersecurity policy. Nothing's changed from last year.
Do we need to make a motion about the, Claims.
And you know, take a motion to go ahead with the cyber.
make a motion to accept the monthly claims for March?
And it expires July 1st, 2023. Why would we?
You're doing claims. Maybe doing something else.
We're on it, we're level. I know this was a motion. But she had said.
This says that you haven't had any, there's been no claims today, so then this is just an update on that. And then this is the new policy renewal is right here.
Okay.
And it's the same as last year. There's been no changes.
And so I didn't pay much on one.
I make a motion that we renew our coalition cybersecurity policy.
Nice.
Any public comment on this? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion to carry the pass.
All right.
Okay, we got a few minutes.
Elena has a comment now.
Go ahead, Elena.
Well, since you've got a few more minutes left on this, and I was just wondering, what is that cyber thing all about? What is it for?
Liability.
For what?
that yeah. It's the new thing that we had to accept last year on, for our insurance through state fund or whatever. And then we had to add the cyber security before
coverage.
they would even accept us on the regular liability insurance that
Yeah,
we
it's
pay.
through, make,
Coalition, we had to separate it out
Yeah,
last
we
year. They
separate it out.
wouldn't take it as part of the
Yeah.
whole thing.
But we had to have it, it was required.
Cybersecurity, so that's like whatever, the website and all that, is that what you mean?
Yes,
Telephone calls. And so you're just gonna renew it like you did last year,
wouldn't
every
cover.
year.
last year,
Okay, okay,
Mountain
yeah,
Grove.
in view of the next one that you're gonna be doing, that's gonna be interesting. Thanks.
Your big insurance renewal meeting with Rhodey and everybody from Payne West is set for June. Called to set that meeting last week. That's coming up. Do you want one of these? That one. Do you want to see one of these?
What is it?
Or later in the day when you walk through the day.
Oh, I already looked at it. I looked at it online.
This is the one you just got. off.
When you just got off.
Okay.
Little, few changes.
Didn't see on this, is that, what's the budget for this? Let's talk about that.
I don't remember the task order. I have to
Well-
look and see.
Man, is it like, is it a grant, it would be from the state?
County has, ARPA monies set aside for it, 600,000. It's above that, the county has. Did you have the LATCF?
Yeah.
Funds, it's got. More funding.
I know you're, looks like you're taking the opportunity to do other upgrades other than just
Yeah, the bathrooms upstairs and, yeah,
office.
yeah.
Did you guys? On this, Glenn, did you read this from Becky? This is a payoff amount on the Hebert ambulance bid. I have a task copy of the current budget. Any questions and concerns? Is this what she borrowed? Is this? Remember when remember when Captain was talking about this, you hear that? You bill, pay off on that B bill?
No, I was
Is
here.
it? The record bill, I know that being used or.
Oh.
I
for
do
the-
think
oh,
that is.
sorry. I thought you, oh, and the supply she was wanting?
Well, no, I don't.
that isn't the same one that
This. I don't know what it is, my favorite contract, trying to really figure it out, and so. Oh, do is find out, and it's on this. Pay on.
Oh, is that Drummond's?
No, people. I mean, where is this and why, I mean, if we're paying it off, we better make sure we're taking care of it.
Yeah.
That's-
the fifth thing, Becky.
Yeah, I didn't-
Yeah, I wanted you to ask me about that.
Yeah.
So I
that's right.
called,
I'm trying to figure it
I
out.
called for the payoff amount. And this is what the total payoff is. Sarah looked at the budget, said that it was in there if we wanted to do that. If we don't, the payment that is due is $5,351.90.
I'm just wondering.
The other thing that I wanted to question was because Eagle Ambulance has that now,
Do they have it?
that's been on loan to them.
I thought it was one that they had something that
According to Scott Dunkerson, that's the one that they have.
so the one that I understood is that. They got through a grant. They got this piece of equipment through a grant, and that's what they loaned to them.
Well, I think some of this was paid for by the ranch at Rock Creek. I think they donated a chunk of money,
partial.
yeah. At the beginning, and I think that would be what you're,
Was this that time when there was an emergency and they had to get it? So something was, remember there was something.
I don't know how it came about that they got it.
That was a chunk of equipment, I feel like.
So, we asked them and.
Well, we have to pay it off, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, and that's what I just wanted to make sure, that's why I left that note, if you want me to pay that off, so that we're not paying that interest on it, and because it is in there, and next year there isn't possibly going to be a Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance fund or budget, or what will be in it.
See, there wasn't a budget, there wasn't really a budget this year either, but
Okay.
there's some in the fund that's
There is-
that dollar, so you probably did budget.
There were 15,000 budget
Yeah.
there, so. There's 13 left, you take that 10, so we'll put them down in the city.
And
Yeah,
I've
so-
got everything else for them canceled that, the last bill for the, oxygen tanks is in here. The phone and, internet stuff that they had is canceled. So there shouldn't be anything other than, Northwest Energy coming out of that budget for the.
I guess we need to talk to her about it and see if she wants to compensate us on it, or, I mean, I know it's about safety now, but it's. Did they, I guess we need to find out if they got those back or whatever. I guess.
So that isn't the same thing that the ambulance crew went and did all this workshop thing, and then they gave them that piece of equipment that Scott did give to the Eagle ambulance.
No, I don't think so. I think he gave, I was thinking there was something happened and they needed it. I think they passed it, Joe.
Yeah, I don't think you gave it to them.
No. I think
He said it's
He
on
lent
loan.
it something,
On loan, it was on loan to him. It was,
Upson said it's on loan to them.
but that's not the same thing, right?
no, this is.
This is something else that they have.
something else.
No,
This is the deep there.
that's the one that they have,
Yeah,
yes.
but I think she's thinking.
Well, there was something that,
We're gonna let him use the stretcher.
well, there was something else that we let them use.
That's
that-
recently, this was what, months ago.
Yeah, that that the Drummond or Peabody ambulance went to this workshop thing and they received this piece of equipment for going. And then she made a comment, hey, they didn't have to pay for it. And Scott lent it to them. And they said, well, you didn't pay for it, but they really, you know which one I'm talking about? It's a piece of equipment.
No.
And I don't know if it's the same thing, but if it's the same thing, no, we did pay for it. If that's the same thing.
Well, I mean, we have to pay for it. I just making, I guess what we need to do is find out from Catherine if they still have their return. Or get it back and they get their own, but they can help.
So.
Yeah, you talked about supplies that are gonna expire that she can purchase, but this
This
was part of it.
gave months ago, and Scott went in
Yeah, I don't. know.
and gave it to, went into the Peabody ambulance, pulled it out and gave it to them on loan, apparently. And then when it was brought up to the Eagle ambulance attention, said, well, they didn't have to pay for it. So it was actually free to the Peabody ambulance. She made that comment, and I remember distinctly. And then I know that Drummond ambulance said, no, they actually had to go to a workshop and do all this to get that piece of equipment given to them. And that's the equipment that
Roman went, but this came from Peabody.
people. Yeah, both ambulances. did
I'd
the
put it
same
on, I'd get
class.
on the agenda.
I think we still have to pay for it. though.
Yeah,
But it does need to, we need to address it. I mean,
So do you want me to pay it in whole then,
I
pay it off and
Yeah.
get rid of that loan? Okay.
Yeah,
Please.
if they're gonna forgive the interest and stuff.
The payoff, papers attached to the back of that claim, so I didn't really look at what they. Doesn't really indicate whether interest is paid off or not, it's just that this is the total payoff amount as of. Through 4/21.
Yeah, we'll just have to get it on the agenda and maybe we'll figure out where it is, what's going on with it. If they wanna buy it or whatever. And see what, I guess that's.
So if we get a quick response here in Phillipsburg, would they need that? I think they would. wouldn't they?
How do they certify to do it? Don't have to be a. Special person running.
Well, they talked about one an EMT on the, yeah, there's only certain EMTs that can. Do that.
There was another claim for a gravel, so I think we need to hold it. up.
Teresa has that, yeah, I got that pulled up already.
And then
thank you.
there's one more in here.
The Mako one, or something other than that,
They'll make. it.
yes, okay, perfect,
I'm gonna say it's- that'd be good.
thank you very much.
And then entertain a motion on the claims.
I make a motion, we accept claims for March.
I second it.
Public comment. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, so,
So a regular EMT basic can do an AED. But as far as the defibrillation. Equipment with the one.
all right, well, I'm a little behind here. We're gonna go into the amending or abolishing nuisance dog ordinance 2022-1 discussion and decision.
So I do have the 96 ordinance, that ordinance is on our vicious dogs.
Okay,
And the newer one that we first passed 2 years ago and then are renewing is on nuisance dogs.
okay, so what you did is we had the ordinance on. On vicious dogs. And it was in place.
Yeah, here's come.
And then in 2020. It was decided. That. We need more. Defined. Ordinance of nuisance dog.
Correct. It's
So and then nuisance dog is what, barking any time of day, barking or going into the yard or somebody's yard.
I'll read it here
Well,
if you
I
want.
did kind
We got
Do we have that?
Yep, it should be in your packet.
Oh, yeah.
You're fine.
the nuisance dog is defined as a dog located within Granite County outside any incorporated town limits that disturbs the peace of at least two persons. In lieu of the stated requirement of two persons having the peace disturbed, there may only be one person whose peace is disturbed if the said barking is corroborated personally by a law enforcement officer, who in person hears the annoying or disturbing barking. And then there's another. B is the trespasses or chases any person or real object. C is the penalty. D is the exception, which is the livestock exception, but there's only a livestock exception to the section A. Part where they're trespassing or on the property, there's no livestock exception. Which, I mean, any dog shouldn't be trespassing, shouldn't be
Right,
trespassed,
right.
but the concerns come up with the livestock dogs crossing the frontage road out of Drummond. Sorry.
of, okay, on the barking, is that barking at any time? I mean, a dog's gonna bark.
Well,
Well, it's constant, in a sense,
yeah,
just constant barking. Anytime.
Kind of like when they tie up a dog and then just leaves out in the apartment all night long.
it's just, it's disturbing the peace, barking enough that it's, people are annoyed by the barking, so one bark is not good.
Well, with my neighbor, it was, when dogs are tied up, yes, but somebody come in the yard and then they start barking, well, then the neighbors start pissed. You see, this is the whole thing, that's why I'm at the vote, it's, my dogs were where they were supposed to be, and yes, if somebody comes in my yard, I hope they bark, so you know what's going on. But,
Well, that would be constant though.
Yeah, that,
no, but that's what I got them in for, that's why they want that nuisance law.
That's all, I just gotta tell them it's not constant, it's just somebody comes in my yard.
But if
For what?
you get called twice, it don't matter. Scott said that. I mean, it's because it's irritating your neighbors. So I gotta tell people to stay out of my yard while I got dogs.
Well, the dog,
I just think it's a bad deal.
if there's one person complaining that, and it's just always complaining, then it's not gonna go anywhere, but then. This was written in, so law enforcement go and confirm it, that the dogs are still barking, then that's to me an issue, because They've been barking for a long
I'm
time.
gonna argue with you here. Hey, that's the same thing, that law enforcement blame, he's coming to my yard, they are gonna bark at you. And then he goes, yeah, they are barking, this is where I got into this big conflict with it, I understand totally what Chuck is saying too about him coming in. When, if my dogs were in his yard, I should get in trouble.
Right.
You should have to take care of your own stuff. And, but when that deputy came my yard and then he called, say, yeah, your dogs are barking, well, no shit, why wouldn't they? You see.
Well,
what-
I hear you there. Would be good if they were a ways away and recorded it without being observed. That's what I would.
But they gotta come and look to see what's going on, so, I mean, my dogs were back over by the creek and they drove up alongside the fence.
So,
I
yeah,
mean,
I
you know, this.
see your point, but there's all a reasonable standard here. We're not trying to go after the guy on one case. It's where it continues to be a problem.
I didn't have a hard time.
So how did that person get a ticket for having their dog in the, by going by this? If the dog was in the road?
I have the sheriff's comments from your thing from last week.
Okay.
He did say that in that particular case, there were multiple people calling about those dogs and it was not a one-time thing. And in regard to the ordinance being, if it were to be removed today, he said it doesn't matter to him and the sheriff's office will simply refer dog complaint calls to your office.
Whose
Well,
office?
Cause he's upset
Your
that
office.
we're saying that. He's upset, that we, you know, looked here and told her that, you know, I don't agree. I mean, them dogs got their kind, but they've been going through there for years, I mean, people. I don't know, I guess this is, when you know, on the highway was put there after them, that ran things. So I mean, how far back you going, I mean, you go down by Weaver's. Their dogs run over too. The ranchers' dogs don't just stay in their yard, they go across and out the fields.
I see both sides of it, but they're gonna cause an accident on the highway. That's gotta be looked at, I think.
And I can see where, like you said, dogs in your yard, in people's dogs in your yard barking, which is trespassing.
Yeah.
Plain and simple, which, yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but my feeling is the dog is gonna bark. If there's people that are invading their space. So, but at night, it's a very big nuisance because they should be in and not barking.
Yeah,
But all day long barking,
you can have them bark all day long. There used to be some people out to Eastport and I was up hunting up there. I could hear those dogs barking. I mean, this is several years ago. Barking all day.
I have neighbors that dogs bark all day too, and they're in their yard,
So
so.
when I was several miles away.
Well, that's the thing, is, you know, I mean, you gotta have the courtesy for your neighbors too, that, you know, they don't need to be sitting at bark at 24 hours a day. And I've got shot callers and use BB gun, but I didn't, but I mean, it's just, how are you gonna, hold on, we're in a.
Didn't realize you're talking Blake, sorry.
The
The architect wants to drill some holes in the ceiling, is that okay to check?
You know,
We're in the middle of.
they come up after, yeah, I came after me.
this second, I didn't stay focused here.
Please ask the question again, I think the way it's been enforced as far as the barking is working, because we're not, had an issue where person up Black Pine had the dogs barking. He showed that they were livestock and protecting I guess they had some animal or some livestock up there. So he didn't get charged, but I think it's working for the barking part. I don't think that's the issue. That if you guys want to, create a broader exception to that's what I would encourage you to look at. As far as the issue for livestock dogs.
Well, I think it should be justified, you know, for men hunting dogs and that, because they're, you know, I've had people calling my dogs are pretty along the highway there, calling, they think it's a nuisance. But I mean, these
Yeah,
are
well,
dogs, you know, there's.
that wouldn't fit under that ordinance, I don't think. I mean, if they have a.
I guess that's, I don't know, I've never voted like this, thought it was a personal issue and I still did too.
And on the barking dogs, so. Could we define that a little better, habitual barking? I mean, you're gonna get, like you said, if. Two people called in and said that dog's barking, and then the sheriff comes and says, yeah, the dog's barking at me, and they're in the yard barking at him. And they're going to, because they're defending their property.
Well, I don't know how.
It's hard to define. I mean, like the town of Phillipsburg has defined in the past of. I think of so much minutes of consistent barking without a. Interruption of longer than 30 seconds. It gets. That gets hard to, it gets convoluted and hard to prove.
Is that,
Something to
I guess
consider.
that comes down to what would be the law and what you're gonna, I mean, the person just, yeah, I mean, I understand both sides, but it's just, it seems.
Most of the
Could
time,
you exempt working dogs?
But yet this, where they're saying that dog could cause an accident will be on
If
there,
they're a hunting dog or
right?
the sheriff would have a remedy on if they're gonna cause an accident. I think there could be some potentially some other codes that could be looked at. And there could be other codes on there'd be disorderly conduct. If there's multiple people annoyed, and just be straight disorderly conduct. But it could be a public nuisance if it's causing an accident on the road. I mean, so there could be some other statutes that apply.
One like him to say, well, here, just have everybody call us because we're kind of fighting against what he's doing. Well, it's not that. I just don't think it's set up in the right manner. I'm not judging what he's doing or nothing, but there's certain stuff here that.
Yeah, and if I had a problem, I wouldn't call you guys up about it with dogs. I mean, you guys are trying to resolve the issue. in a reasonable way.
I don't think we need to abolish it, but I think it needs to maybe look into it and table it and look into it a little bit and see what we can actually put at it. And I don't, I'm bit him off, is what I'm saying, but it seems like I am after that. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, we have to look
Yeah,
at
if
this
you're
stuff,
trying to-
we work for the people, we're getting asked, so.
I don't think you guys are doing anything wrong. You guys are trying to be reasonable.
So can we table it and look into it a little better and see what we could come up with to meet a little better standards on.
So- The current ordinance becomes null and void December 31st, 2023. So December 21st is when we'd have to redo it.
You could amend it or abolish it anytime ahead of that, though. That's just when it's set to expire, and because it's been going year to year to see how it's kind of almost a test to see how well it's working. And I think it is working and can work where you're deterring, people get cited and hopefully it's deterring, and it's not about getting a huge fine, it's hopefully deter from, take care of your animals.
To make sure that, I mean, that, but there are certain, and then there's certain things that, you know, you gotta really look to see. I guess, how do you really come out and say he's a nuisance dog when you pull up my yard and my dog about the dog thing? And I say, oh, yeah, they're barking. There's so many sides of this, I don't know how I don't know, I guess if the one dog sat there and barked all night or went over and chopped yard, there's something should be done. Right?
Agree,
The
that's
only
pretty-
thing that I worry about is this kind of little like loophole type thing, so, and a vendetta type thing possibly, which you don't know if that would happen, where at least two persons are going to call in this barking dog thing.
Well, and that's the standard for, why that's put in there as a standard for disorderly conduct, because you need multiple people for that, so you
That,
basically, so it's not just one person being
that's not
hypersensitive.
hard to get your buddy. you know,
Yeah.
Say, hey, call in too, then, you know, then there you go.
Dollars would be heavy for a barking dog.
And we need proof, if they recorded it, that. It's got it's all proof.
But I think we need to move on anyway, but I think we need to look into this more before the decision. I don't think the person should abolish it, but I think there's a site there that we could look at.
Potentially broadening the exceptions to a
You guys all
livestock
right with
dog.
that?
That's what I think you should look at.
Yeah,
Relook at it, I guess, relook at it when it becomes null and void.
Kind of like you said, if there's something else keeps coming up, and we can look at it, go from there.
It's up to you. If you want to look at it before then, that's
Okay.
commission to see, or if you want to look at it in December, that's all.
Here for a little bit, let's just.
The,
One thing that I did do a little research on there, not that many tickets are issued. Very, I know, just coming from, I mean, I just went
Yeah,
there because of just a piece and.
So-
She doesn't issue that many tickets,
a
so.
lot of times there's warnings that there's a nuisance dog ordinance and yeah, you could be cited. And a lot of times they'll call me up and I'll talk to them about what both sides.
Paper like that, that if it keeps going on or something, if it isn't, that there is something that people do understand that you can do.
Well, they newspaper article front page, I mean, Phillipsburg Mail probably, when was that?
Couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, that, well,
let's just table it and let's look into it a little more and study it a little better, okay?
yeah, that sounds good to me. There, and another thing I was gonna say too is the dogs cutting off cars really don't fully fit into this. That's more public nuisance. So I'd probably cite it as that more than this ordinance, because this is talking about chasing. Your ordinance talks about chasing. And I also think this ordinance is valid. I think it's valid, but I think it could be amended to be made better.
Right, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, just a comment, I mean, this is a common issue in a lot of communities. So this is not first rodeo for this discussion, so, you know, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of other communities that address this, so perhaps if we can do a survey. You know, Beaver or Missoula or, you know, some of the other counties to see what they've done. And just to get a little bit more broader input on what's out there rather than just trying to figure it out yourself. I mean, because you got time, so if you just do a little ground tilling, you probably find a lot of stuff out there that you can help make your decision. So just a thought.
That's a good point, I agree. We did some of that, but we could do a little more
Yeah, I mean,
digging on it, yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna jump to Dave because I know he needs to know if that guy can drill and test what he needs. Sorry about being rude, but
No,
it's something like that, you come in and then yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make put in on there. He wants to drill some holes in the ceiling so he can see which way the floor joists run and how thick they are. It's lath and plaster, so there's potential for some breakout, but like in the top floor, I'll have him go through a light fixture. So it shouldn't splitter out in the room. The judge's bathroom will go up above the suspended ceiling, trying to be as minimally invasive as possible. You good?
So this is
Okay.
Slate's architects and engineers are here, right?
Yeah, they're all upstairs waiting on me.
So you got
Go ahead.
engineers up there.
All right, thanks.
So the engineers wanna do this,
They want, yeah,
and he says no.
no, he was
No, I
asking you guys. so.
He's getting our proof, cause like Tom, that we need to know about before he ever gives it a gig, and hey,
They have a camera. and said, yeah.
I was just kind of rude there, but I was just,
No,
Yeah, you got a meeting going on. I understand.
we're gonna hire him as our extra. We're not.
no, he's not an expert,
I think he is.
no.
We're not right. What's his,
Okay, as our consultant,
You have a public comment.
Elena, go ahead.
you're gonna do it?
Hmm?
You gonna do it? Who's
Well,
gonna-
we have an architect company that is.
Go ahead, Elena.
Yeah, but he knows
Thank
we-
you, thank you. I'm at a loss. It is 11:36 now, and 11:10 you had the nuisance dog, and I heard something that you were gonna table it, but I didn't hear any public comment period. And then 11:30 you have a budget amendment, and now you're talking about what?
We had public comment on the nuisance, Wayne Hale was in here. and
I
he-
didn't hear it. I didn't hear it because I did have a comment. You said you're gonna table it. That's all I heard.
I think she's saying she has a comment.
Yeah, comment or what? You got a comment on the nuisance dog or what?
Yes, I do. But personally, I think you should just abolish it and start all over again. There's a problem with it because it's mixing apples and oranges. I mean, the sheriff has his Montana codes annotated that he goes by. And the two towns have their own, the incorporated entities. And you're mixing both, and that's the problem. And the sheriff will not do barking dogs and things like that. He doesn't have the time to do it. So I think this should be canned completely, and then do one with the sheriff involved and exactly define according to the codes what a nuisance dog is for a county or for the, under the sheriff. I mean, going back years ago, it used to be a different setup. We had a different JP a long time ago, and it was tickets issued in town, tickets issued in the county, you know, it went back and forth. Well, we don't do that anymore. That's why there's not that many tickets issued for certain things. I mean, it has to be a stretch for the sheriff to issue a ticket. And you don't have any police departments in the towns or marshals to enforce any kind of dog laws. Okay, thank you. Now I'm done with my comment.
So there's, the towns have their own ordinances and the county has its own ordinance, which is allowed by statute. We're general power county, we only have the power to do what legislature allows, and that's one thing you do have power over is dog. But the ordinance the county has only applies out in the county. The sheriff's department, sheriff's office does spend a lot of time with dogs. It's when they're getting a lot of calls on and they do, it does take up their time. The sheriff's office under the contract is the county contract with the town. The sheriff's office provides those duties, and so they do. They can't cite for town ordinance violations.
There you go, right
There,
there.
that's conducted in city court. If it's a Montana code case, it'd be in justice court if it's in the town.
What's the purpose for this 2 o'clock agenda item?
Huh?
We can talk about this at 2 o'clock too.
So one thing I
Kind of,
just want to make a comment of is Elena's comment on the sheriff's ticketing. There, like Lynn said, there is a contract with both the town of Drummond and the town of Phillipsburg. It's a sheriff contract. And they pay the tune of like $130,000 between the two of them, which takes care of one deputy. When you're looking at the wages and benefits for deputies. So however the sheriff figures out what time frame is spent in the town, they do police towns, and there are dog tickets in the towns.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been more vicious dog ordinance citations here of late, but yeah, they happen.
All right, well, let's move on. We're on to the budget amendment hearing resolution 2023-5. The Granite County resolution accounting for unfit federal ARPA local assistance and tribal community funds to be during the 2022-23 fiscal year, amending Granite County budget resolution number 22-10. This is first reading.
Well, time to take public comment, but yeah, you'd received the approximate 2 million in LATCF. You've got proposed additions to the certain budgets here, and then this would, then you'd have a reserve too, right, of over 900,000.
So
That could be used.
we did on the ARPA funds, we did have, they are budgeted, but the LATC funds that we received, we didn't know we were getting. And so they actually were not budgeted in the ARPA funds, and I think they put, they set up the LATC in its own fund. It is part of ARPA funds, but, and to be able to spend it this fiscal year, we need to budget it, amend the budget for this fiscal year.
And this is the first reading, so we have to.
First reading. Right? The 2 million.
It'd be basically. 20,000 to each of the offices, 600,000 to road crew, and then.
Do you have to define that out in
It-
the
It's in the
resolution?
It's in the attachment to the
Mhm.
resolution.
The exhibit.
With having those LATCF reserve funds would be good in case that elevator project goes higher, so it's good you got those
Mhm.
funds.
Any other questions on this one?
So we're gonna have like 900,000 left, right?
I think it's 940.
Something,
So
I'm not your math
did we
person.
figure what, 800,000? Was it 800 or how much?
I'm not your math person.
Calculated.
Deadline for when ARPA has to be expended,
Yes. Well, appropriated.
appropriated but not expended.
Was there something else that we did not get into the general fund that we expended?
I don't know.
Here.
So we bought,
Before we expend.
26.
we bought the car,
It's going on.
Yeah.
and that we put in, that was set up in the general fund. And there was something else we bought. Off the top of your head, Becky, was there? We bought the car out of the LATC fund. What else did we pay for out of there?
The tires for the car, the set of tires.
Okay, that's new. We didn't. Okay, we didn't. You got new tires for the car?
We got set of tires for the car on his. Okay,
Much for those.
So we're done.
Set
You
of new
want me-
tires.
let me just go print the budget, but,
Well, I can look
oh,
it
it's
up.
not in there.
What's the fund number?
What's wrong?
What do you think? You can just write two things and I can tell you what you can do.
You can ask me how much is expended already at LATCF.
Was it by getting tires for that? Would that come out of the LATC funds
Getting tires for the car,
for the car? Instead of snow tires?
it's gonna come out of the courthouse, into the courthouses.
Well, it's not actually the courthouse, anybody can use it.
It's your commission's decision on
Yeah, I think we can.
Let me go see if I can pull something for you.
I thought there was something else, I can't.
I don't know.
They were trying, they were.
Oops, we didn't add that in. In my brain.
Where?
There is a brain in there.
Tires for the other stuff here, like for that other, we come out of the courthouse. And we bought for the blue rig, that old.
Get it?
car, yeah. Cause we never had them funds at that time, so something.
The reason I say tires, that's a regular expense. It wouldn't be,
No, it's not a. No.
It is.
It's just regular maintenance. So.
isn't an expense in maintenance too,
Um,
an expenditure. under maintenance.
Well, it'd be just exactly what we've done on the other one, you know, what happened.
Well, you didn't take it out of the grant fund,
What a, no, no.
and so she did, took the tires out of the LATC fund. With all of its,
I don't know, my brain can't do math, wow.
which to outfit it, okay, we're gonna do this car plus new studded snow tires. It's fine. There's gonna be a few dollars here and there. Rounding.
So then I call, just after public comment on the resolution, on the budget hearing.
Did I digress?
No, it was a good,
Very public comment. On the resolution, budget resolution. It's on this place to leave, but still got public comment.
well, you can make your decision on the budget today.
Yeah.
The resolution, then we'll confirm that in a second reading, but you can actually make your decision. I'd probably wait a while and give people a chance to.
So the
Elena
one,
has
the
a
one
comment.
question here is. On this exhibit A. And it's just a JB, it'd be no big deal, journal voucher thing. The 34,000 was paid for the car,
Mhm.
was paid directly out of the LATC fund.
So, and we don't have that on the
And
exhibit A.
no, it's sitting in this 420,000
Oh, it
in the
is, okay.
general fund.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. You do have a public comment from Elena when you're ready as well.
Go ahead, Elena.
That was my question about the exhibit. Exhibit A, is that supposed to be attached to this resolution?
It is,
Because
I got
it's-
it a little bit later, Elena, so it was uploaded separately.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is basically the first reading, and I notice it says April 25th is when you're gonna, so I guess it's gonna be on the agenda again. But that's what was confusing to me, because I saw that floating there, and that's the exhibit. And then maybe the resolution should also have exhibit A attached, exhibit A, so people know that there's an attachment.
So my opinion is the exhibit A doesn't even have to be attached to the resolution.
But it already says it, though. It says.
Well, that's my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
is
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
have to be in there.
But,
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah. it just said, it already says it's attached. We can take that out, but.
I mean, that's that, in past resolutions, when we've had to, amend the budgets with unanticipated income, we just took that amount that was the unanticipated income and amended the budget. We didn't get down to minute detail on what each dollar was gonna be spent on that amended budget.
So this is just to accept the money? Is that what this resolution is?
To accept it and to, budget a portion of those funds. I think it'd be helpful for the auditors to see that, though, where it's gonna go to.
Well, they're gonna see it when we transfer it into those various
Yeah.
funds. Cause we're gonna transfer the monies into the various funds. And it's gonna be, the line item will be a transfer out from that budget,
I
which. is
I
one
agree.
line
I think
item.
it's redone a little bit, but I think it helps people see where it's going, whether you guys are using it for good purposes. Yeah, I guess you have to decide if the set of tires are gonna come from LATCF or county main or courthouse maintenance.
So how much was the? I'm not, okay, it says now therefore be it resolved, the first one, whereas the LATCF funding received in the amount of, what is that? 2 billion,
2,006,400.
2 million? Yeah, so that's how much the county is gonna get. That's nice money.
Why we in debt?
No, she said we're gonna get.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, well, I hope you work on it a little bit more, because it is confusing. Thank you.
That's the perfect person to ask the question. If they do, what the other person should have asked.
Did you decide on the study snow tires and where that's coming from?
It's out of the courthouse.
It was taken out of the ARPA fund. The LATCF line item. So the LATCF line item is actually sitting in the ARPA fund. It doesn't have its own special fund. I stand corrected. We've got everything coming out of the LATCF. So what would happen there would be, because we're budgeting this, would be journal vouchers to correct that, pull it out of there and put in various funds that we've allotted money to.
LATCF is basically a sub fund. Is that what
Yeah,
she's
well,
considering?
its own, it's got its own, number. It's in the ARPA fund, but it's got its own,
Yeah.
account number. As LATCF. Capital outlay, which we're gonna do that, you're not gonna wanna do it out of capital outlay. There needs to be a transfer out. Just,
Agreed.
just for,
And we do it, we know. We feel about 10 minutes.
and we asked a question of the public in the 10 minutes if we're waiting for something to start.
We can go over that one, because they're dealing. This is run out quickly.
Monica, I have a question for you.
Okay.
We got a claim to pay off the, what is it?
Detail.
Detail.
Not here, Bill.
Yes. That belongs to the Peaburg ambulance. Apparently it's on loan to the Eagle ambulance.
Okay.
Wasn't there another piece of equipment that's on loan from that received through a grant?
Yeah, it's the life pack.
Okay.
No. The Lucas, it's the Lucas machine,
The defibrillator probably like that.
is the life pack. So how much is the defib worth?
10 grand,
Yeah, that's the, and
that's a payoff.
That's the payoff, is it?
Yeah.
I think it's 50.
that's on loan?
Apparently,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That piece of equipment would not leave the Drummond ambulance shed.
It's not out of the drum, it's out of the field.
I know that.
But nobody's using it, so why wouldn't we let somebody?
Why would you sell it?
Why wouldn't we sell it?
Well, it might be that, yeah, that's probably what it
Be.
Like, why wouldn't you sell it? Because that piece of equipment is worth a lot of money, and if you, I mean, I don't know.
well, we're paying it off now. I see where you're coming from. We're paying it off and we've loaned it out. Apparently, I don't know.
If we loan it out for sure, I guess that's what we better find out. too,
Yeah.
Before we get all worked up. We don't even know, this is just hearsay. I mean, we don't.
But I just wanted to figure out what piece
So
of
the
it.
other piece of equipment is the Lucas machine, and I believe that machine to buy it is 18.
Yeah, that's not there.
It's like 18,000 to buy it. And yes, that was gotten through, so how that worked was for our ambulance service, Frank and Jay Allen went and took the class.
to learn how to use it. Any service that went and took the class to learn how to use it. Was given one per service, like. Frank and Jay could not have each gotten one, and we could have had one in each of our ambulances, and that's how Phillipsburg ambulance got that. But that machine new was like $18,000, and I guess that's.
Can you sell something you get a grant for? That's the next question. I mean, you could, I understand, I'm not just saying just give it to them, but. Is it cheap?
That's where a lease, like a potential lease would be better. And if you can sell something, if it's over that threshold, it has to be public.
Well, I know when it was lent to Eagle Ambulance, and I did make a comment, did they want to buy it, and she wasn't interested in buying it.
That was on that other stuff, not the.
No, that was that, not the defect, the
Yeah.
other piece of equipment that's 18,000.
So my question to you is. What is your guarantee that it's in the ambulance that's servicing Granite County?
Yeah, go look, and I don't really know what I look.
But you'd have to go in and look at Eagle Ambulance.
Well, you
to
can't
know that
go
it
with
was
the
in.
private
Right.
enterprise.
Well, I'd get on the agenda to talk to her about it.
That's all I'm saying, like, what is your guarantee that whatever was lent to them is being utilized in this county? That's my only question, like. And once again, I will tell you that you're talking about some pretty high-tech equipment. Lucas isn't really high-tech, but the defib machine is super high-tech. Super high-tech. And what is your guarantee that it's being treated in a manner in which it should? That's my only question.
Well, that's a good question.
Like, if you don't have any, if there's no skin in the game. What's the guarantee that you'll get it back in the condition that you give it to anybody? And I don't know, you don't lend out. You don't lend out.
Right, yes, they could sit in bills for the shed for nothing.
Well, if they did loan it out, they should have been back with them.
I, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean?
You know, when they could replace it.
It's also,
You know,
Okay, so then my question is, if you're just gonna give it to somebody, I'm sure there's other small community EMTs that are not. EMT services that aren't making any money that could have utilized any of that equipment, that can't afford to even buy it.
That's my question, is if you can't, if, like the grant, if you can't sell it to the public, then can you give it to another county agent? See? Or state, and, you know. Nonprofit. That would be,
And to be honest with you, I really don't care what you give to Eagle Ambulance. I don't care. So I'm not trying to pick a fight with
No,
anybody.
no, but and the reason I brought this up is that I couldn't figure out what the piece of equipment was.
It should be, yeah, I need to get to the bottom, of it, so I think it should be agenda item.
And that piece of equipment was lent to them without the commission even knowing.
Yeah.
It was just lent to them,
if it worked. We gotta find out that it was, for sure.
but it was for sure.
Well, the Lucas machine was for sure.
Yeah.
Because she said that at the meeting, that that must have been a year ago.
Yeah, it's been,
I don't know, it's been a while ago. Anyway, she said that
and she didn't want to buy it.
Nope, she absolutely didn't want to buy it, didn't want to lease it. She didn't want to lease any of your equipment, nothing. And to be honest with you, county to county. And maybe this is just because I'm a volunteer. And I've written, we've written the grants and we've done a lot of volunteering, and I know that the counties don't have a lot of money. And there are services that are in worse shape than ours are. That maybe you could save somebody's life.
Not an agenda item, but I was just curious.
Yeah, it's a, yeah. 'cause I need to get my-
Thank you.
You're-
Thank you for your input.
So the other thing that they had, that he said at the time that they had, I know, was the, suction. And it comes, it's in a bag, and that's not super expensive to buy. But so, you know, if somebody's building fluid in their airway or whatever, you can suction the fluid out, and that was probably, I think that was only like $1,800 or $2,400. That one wasn't a huge amount.
You lost a lot of money. It'd be great, yours.
We're gonna go on to the quick response unit discussion with Drummond volunteer. Right?
Sorry.
We'll let Frank be in the hot seat. I don't know. Yeah.
So, talk to members, it's a goal for sure. We're just trying to figure out what kind of machine we're gonna get. I've talked to a couple different people, it's gonna be a little bit more spendier than what I first came with. As far as like 30 to 60, it's gonna be closer to that higher end of 60 to 75. But and today I'm gonna go up and go look through Phillipsburg shed. I couldn't get the combination. They didn't know it over there. Next Gunderson there called me back the number. But anyway, I'm gonna go up there. But the one guy I talked to, he said he could get rid of these ambulances all day. There's people looking for them, these huge ones. And with relatively low miles, these all are, I'm sure. So it's not gonna be a problem to get some monies that way. As far as that goes, so yes, at this point. I don't know whether you guys wanna, how that would work. As
Would it-
far as the budget,
Would it be a trade-in on the deal or selling the ambulance?
we would just sell it outright.
Okay. So then it should be a public auction on it.
Okay,
As far as the budget, I think the petition we're looking at for like July 1 to have those funds or before that.
it's not moving very fast.
So
I mean,
potentially,
it's not gonna move very fast as far as like next week or something. like
Yeah.
that, But I mean, I'm trying to get it done as soon as possible.
so they could do a budget request for the upcoming fiscal year budget. You guys look at it then. Yeah, there are those reserve LATCF funds that are out there. Yeah.
And then like on this resolution. And you have the amount. That we're gonna designate to the various funds. You don't have the balance, which is 900,000, so there's 900,000. In the LATC. Account. That we could. Do. A truck. Or if we could get some grant money, do a truck. But
Yeah, up in Kalispell, they just got a grant from Montana Department of Transportation for jury unit.
Yeah, and see, that's how we got our license, we through the DOT. That'll take some time, that probably wouldn't happen till a full fiscal year on that. Like, when are those due, Monica, those DOT grants?
They just come out.
Yeah, so I think they were due like, I think they're due like in. No, it might be.
Anyway, to take it darn near a full year, but I mean, that's not a problem, to look into that, I don't. Know. Whichever, I guess.
I'd say go for the 900,000, take it out of there, get it over with.
So then if we were to take it out of that fund, then. And we still put something up for public auction. Is that gonna go back to the county then? I mean,
The
Like you sold an ambulance.
yeah. I guess what I'm getting at is I don't want Drummond Ambulance to say. We got all this money and then we didn't use a resource. I
you
guess.
sell your ambulance, it would be sale of fixed assets. And it would be out of your fund and it would be put right back in. Is what it should be. Accounting wise.
Yeah, so you'd be, yeah. If it's sold, you guys get credit for
Yeah.
that and you get. Added funding then for the,
Yeah.
to make up the difference on the, is what you guys are thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more what I was thinking is that, yeah, we get So instead of spending the whole amount of money. The whole 75,000 out of that 900,000. That would take up the difference of what we sold ours for. Right?
So it's what, doing the,
I guess it's up to you guys how you.
doing the budget amendment. On the first reading. And then the second reading is what, next week? So then you have that money's budgeted. So you could purchase the truck.
Before
Right.
July.
Hmm?
Before July.
Yeah, that's why this resolution is to be able to spend it before the next fiscal year. That's why it's being amended now,
We just didn't include that
right?
in it, but you got another,
You have the total amount included though, on the resolution, the 2 million. It just isn't on your exhibit A, the 900,000 remainder. Right?
yeah, so it, yeah, could put that in there.
So we could add like 80,000 for. Can we get going on?
Well, see, this is what I'm saying is. The leftover funds is not included in here, which we decided public safety, right? And whatever. So that's not included on exhibit A, so you're. Someone adding it up is saying, where's the rest for 900,000?
Well, just when. It's not budgeted unless you put it in there, yeah, so I think, yeah, if we put it in exhibit A, that you're budgeting that.
For public safety, so
Yeah.
that would have to go onto exhibit A, right?
Yeah, what's that amount?
Well, I guess it would be, what, 900,000, 600, 400, 900,
For the.
6,400. 906,400.
And how much for your
I'm gonna say 75.
75?
Oh, but see, it'd go in the 900,000.
Yeah.
Right, it's just, I think that's it.
Public safety line item.
So when we do our budget here this month, yes. Then we have to just put in $75,000.
So what you're doing is you're asking to take monies out of LATCF for a
Right.
QRU, and so it's gonna come directly out of LATCF. Or if you wanted amended and thrown in the drum and ambulance budget, but that's not even. The QR,
Yeah,
whatever,
QRU, but it's gonna be under drumming, so that's. what we
Yes.
have to do it.
yes,
Okay.
QRU, drum and ambulance is gonna be
Yeah.
associated together.
Right. Okay.
So if that's the case, then, you're really looking into. Bringing this. Let me think here. Because then you're gonna have to amend drum and ambulance budget, we're gonna put $75,000 in there.
Look,
So then you're gonna have to throw that in your resolution because drum and ambulance had unanticipated income of 75,000 that was given to them through LATC. So directly coming out of LATC would be better.
yeah, I agree. Unless we want to do it for the next fiscal year, but,
So if you wanna get it now,
I'm hoping.
get it now,
okay,
right?
You gotta add it in here if we're gonna get it.
yeah. Add it to exhibit A.
It's in the 900,000. It's in kind of in there.
Well, all we have to do is modify this. And then this amendment.
Well, we can't throw it into the drum and ambulance because then we have to put that in the, you see what I mean? Give them the money out of the LA.
Yeah. That solves the problem.
Directly,
Okay,
okay. Okay,
whatever you say.
if you got it, get it,
Okay.
okay.
What,
Well, and I hope to be.
So we're letting them do that, right?
So,
Yeah,
up to
and
commission, yeah.
we can make that decision.
Well, you haven't done the resolution yet. It's coming up next week.
I know, but we've expended funds already out of that fund. So.
Yeah, I mean, you could give them authorization if that's your plans, do that, and yeah, give them the go ahead. What is there a fund number for public safety or is there?
There, in this, they only have one line item. In this ARPA fund. So. It would be a new object number that it would be taken out of, and it probably would be the 900 capital outlay one, because it'd be $75,000. See what I mean?
But for putting up, the 900,000. 6,400.
I think that would just sit in LATC fund with probably its own account number
Okay,
for special
all right,
public safety that they could expend right out of that fund,
yeah,
right? The other monies is they're giving to the various accounts, the remainder is staying in there to be spent when needed, right?
all right.
So I guess what you're saying is the 900,000 that's gonna be the remainder is what's gonna be left in that account number under the ARPA funds. That makes sense?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll make a motion to authorize the an ambulance to purchase the ORU vehicle. Or not more than 75,000.
Give or take. 75
Yeah.
for sure. What do you think? Are you okay with that?
and
I'll second it.
and do you want in their motion to publicly sell their second ambulance then?
Is that gonna be their ambulance? Drummond's ambulance?
That they're selling.
That was the plan, right?
Yeah, one of ours or one of these.
Oh, okay.
Why would we keep both, one of them down there? Gotta keep one, but.
Yeah, we'll keep one.
Yeah.
But.
I mean,
I know
like,
last
so-
time we talked, it was. We get rid of the older ones.
You know,
It doesn't matter to me, we can do
To
it.
sell one of the existing Drummond ambulances.
So even doing that is something, and it's sale of fixed assets, so it's revenue in your fund. To put back into your fund.
Okay.
So you necessarily don't have to reimburse the 75,000 because it's been given to you.
You can keep it for working.
You can keep it for like,
Working capital.
I mean, it's revenue that has been put back into your fund.
I sure hope this all works out.
Yeah, me too.
What is your,
And I'm just nervous. It's something.
Well, I think it'll work out. I mean, we have people who wanna do it.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it sounds more interest doing the QRU than the ambulances, people visiting at the town, at the joint session is people were really liking the idea, right? So, yeah,
public comment.
Any public comment? Being none, all in favor?
I,
I get really nervous.
Get Billy the information on that ambulance and we can do the.
And
get it in
we'll
the
post it for
paper.
sale.
Okay,
So where do you buy this vehicle at?
so there's a fella in Garrison. That's his business is, ambulance, fire trucks. Ambulance, fire trucks, not police stuff, but. And then there's another, that's what I'm dealing with right now. But then there's another place in Kalispell, out where I miss, and then I talked to the lady. That sawtooth ambulance that we got our last one from. So, and that's in, So,
Are these new or used?
used is what I look at.
And they give you the government pricing on them or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any public comment? That was something. Alrighty. Anything else?
Nope. We do have public comment, oh, I know, like.
Go ahead, Elena.
Okay, I wasn't clear, so on the agenda it says discussion and decision. So you passed a motion now to change something on the budget, to add, to do something, shouldn't that be on the agenda again as a formal motion, em- motion? Since you are doing something like this?
No.
The resolution was broad enough to allow for that funding, the 2 million, and I think, yeah, the purchase is, yeah, on the agenda from. Yeah.
There's already purchases from this line item. We purchased the vehicle. And we purchased other things that, and so this is being given permission to purchase this. Coming out of. So we're just doing this, we're purchasing stuff, and that's why we're making the resolution to add the unanticipated income to that fund, the $2 million that we've already purchased items out of, which is an accounting thing and can be done now and still posted as long as the resolution passes for this fiscal year.
Thank you.
So the item before, the budget amendment, was that tabled and from further discussion? I mean, if you tabled that, this one you just,
The first reading, Elena, which
first
includes
reading,
here. That. for
but if it's the
unanticipated-
first reading, you made a motion to accept it. I don't understand.
No, we didn't,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Not the resolution.
not the resolution.
We just gave them permission to look into and purchase a. URU
What?
vehicle.
Yeah.
But as far as that resolution wasn't.
No.
Yeah. So that was what? When, a couple weeks ago?
All right, so what if Phillipsburg wants one? We should probably wait until we get some interest.
Yeah. In the meantime, the people from Phillipsburg reaching out to you, or are you guys just mainly gonna be Drummond? Or what's the plan?
No, we're gonna try to work with Eagle Ambulance. And we've already talked about if they're gone on transport or whatever, they're supposed to let us know, so. Basically, hopefully the county will have 24/7 coverage. And we've talked and discussed that we would come up here and up to Georgetown Lake. If we can,
Yeah,
I mean, we're.
yeah,
Sounds good.
you're volunteers, yeah.
But if we could just keep everybody and getting dispatched, get all the calls and.
Yeah.
texts, I mean, it's gonna be a work in progress for a little while, but as soon as everybody kind of gets the hang of things, I think it's. Gonna be all right.
Well, imagine if there was a big wreck on the freeway or something, you guys rolling with them,
Right,
you know, I mean,
well, and the last one, the time that happened, there was a lot of miscommunication and we didn't end up going. So we never got a call. Anyway, that's just miscommunication, but hopefully we're working on that one.
Right,
To
yeah,
get
that, yeah, the communication, since we had this discussion, is better, correct?
Yes.
Right, that's the big thing,
but
with the sheriff's office too.
Yes,
Flathead is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You are,
But honestly, a QRU unit works great as long as you have communication with, Limelight. I mean, honestly, we live in such a remote community that if you're gonna, if you have somebody that needs to go to the hospital, more than likely, you're gonna put them in your car and take them there. Right? But on the times that they do call, we have Bessie, Lifeline, Eagle, whatever. So what I did want to say is, if you guys know of somebody up here on the Phillipsburg Fire Department that's interested, or anybody that's interested in starting the QRU up here, we would be willing to help them. I don't want to be in any way, shape and or form in charge of it up here, but we will help them get it started. And get going in that direction. Because this should be, whatever happens up here should be separate of what goes on down there, but we are willing to help them and put some time in to make it.
Good, thanks. Yeah, the mayor was gonna talk to the fire guys, and then one guy, it's an EMT already.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple studying to be EMTs. so.
Well, and you can give him Frank's number, because he's the president, and we'll just start the communication process there.
Georgetown has a QRU, but you'd be a. Basically a backup right now, okay, and Phil, hopefully in Phillipsburg, if they have one, then, okay.
Alrighty, let's adjourn for lunch.
Oh, let us know what you get.
Oh,
Send a
absolutely.
picture.
Okay, back on.
Now, 1 o'clock, Scott Cromwell with Slate Architects.
Okay, to just come up here.
Have I been disconnected?
No, you're on there.
Oh, there I am. Duh.
You're on Zoom,
I'm-
so.
It's good.
I can't find me on this.
Okay.
Nice.
You got.
Well, commissioners, good afternoon. Started the day at 11 o'clock today with ACE Engineering and also DCI engineers. So DCI engineers, are the structural engineer, and then ACE Engineering will do mechanical electrical plumbing on the project. And so today the idea was to get those guys on site, have a good look at what we're up against, to put the elevator in, and then they'll get their proposals to me, so that I can get the proposals to you to consider for that task. order.
Those were engineers are looking at, okay.
Yeah. And then of course, day two, this was some stuff, so we were able to find some open holes, get in, check joists, that sort of thing. Look through all of the existing mechanical piping that's in, and all the different interests that you have. One question for you, is your electrical loads. And so perhaps for the last year, if we can get that electrical load count, so we know, because we have two options on the elevator. We could create an all electrical elevator, or we could do a hydraulic. And so we just need to know that once we go down one route or the other, especially electrical, if that will serve it, if the building service will take care of that load.
Could,
You don't think it will?
won't.
Okay.
No, we looked at it before, there's 3 phase on the street over here and over here.
Yeah.
So we need to run 3 phase from one of those.
Okay. So we have to come over from that delta, okay.
but if you want to talk to Northwestern Energy about anything, we can give you. I mean, they,
Yeah.
permission, we could do that.
Yeah, and so we can't request the loads, they won't give them to us.
Okay,
So it'd have to come from.
oh, okay.
For that last year. Yeah, and we still need to do that anyway, just to make sure. It's a good check.
Who's the contact over there, you know, or?
It'd just be whoever you're billing,
Okay. all
yeah,
right,
whoever
Okay.
takes care of the building or the courthouse. Could do that.
Would it be on the bill?
They'll run that whole year, that whole load, yeah. And so they'll let us know what that max load for the year was. That's what we're looking for.
Nice to you.
At least he has hair, right?
Yeah.
His habits.
So, since we last met,
We have visited with about every elevator company that we can think of, with not even a focus any longer of who's in Montana, just seeing what's out there. But we have circled back to Kone and Otis, which are kind of our more local, large elevator companies in Montana, easily serviced in this region. And the issue that we're running into is nobody makes a side door elevator, that's not a Lula. And just to give you a little background, Alula is limited use, limited application. They're made for retrofits, but they can't go more than 30 feet, and we need to go 43 feet in order to capture everything. And so we've kind of stepped aside from Alula. Now we could do 2 Alulas, where we bring one side up of the stairwell, and then you get out and go to the other one and ride it the rest of the way. We could do 2 Alulas. We did have somebody suggest that, but it's kind of odd, I guess would be the way to put that. And so we didn't pursue that idea any further. And so where we're at right now as a thought is to not have access on the north side. And so we would create a new parking pad down here. You have one now, we just make it a little better. And create, and then call out at the north entry that the south entry is the ADA accessible route. And then so someone would come in through that door and then go to behind that public health office. And then ride it up to the second, to this level. Or up to the quarterly level, or to the very top of the jury.
There's some cost savings to that, you said?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and so it would be pretty much a standard elevator at that point to do that.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like you, Scott.
Yeah, and so if you're in favor of that, then as you remember from past drawings, we were cutting into the stair, which I didn't want to do. But we just didn't have any other way to really get someone off the north side and the elevator. And so if we just go that route, it makes it a lot easier. The Kone guys can help us, the Otis guys can help us. And do it that way.
So this is
That's-
down below there, right?
Yeah, so we just kind of doing that just a little bit more to use that existing ramp. I think that existing ramp will work.
So that's kind of a no-brainer, really, and then you look at, that alleviates the problem with the north entrance, or the stairs and the. So, but it still go up through that area,
Yeah,
right?
so still come out where it says sheriff's entrance, that door with the
Yeah.
back stairs up to the courtroom. So I'm guessing we need to bring in detainees over. They would come in through the north entrance, get right on the elevator and then come up to the courtroom. That way.
They've never used that back stairway.
Yeah, they
recent-
won't,
But,
absolutely.
but you're right, they'll probably bring them up on that, I agree, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if you're good with that, maybe we just pursue that, maybe a little bit of site work down here just to create a better path. Yeah,
I think that's a good idea.
yeah,
I kind of thought that's
Yeah.
where we were gonna go in the first place, actually.
Right now, there's only one handicap parking spot, we're thinking like 2, or is there a minimum requirement there?
as long as it's van accessible, we can provide that.
Okay.
We did, we were here on Friday, I guess it was, walked around Blaine a little bit. And right now there's parking in the kind of the alley. And I don't know, we thought about making a pad in the alley, but I don't know if we'd have to go through the city commission probably to do that, or we didn't pursue that any further.
If it's in the,
Right away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Would that be something where we could ask them to abandon the alley? Turn it into parking? Cause
yeah,
it's only half.
historically, they've not liked to do that since it's.
I know historically,
Yeah,
but they have done
yeah,
it.
yeah,
I guess it depends on the other people that live on it too, and
Yeah.
down here.
but I think you actually,
Just here, down
But
there.
this, the road doesn't even travel that
No,
route.
I'm just saying, the ones that
Yeah.
live down here, you have to really see what they're.
Well, wouldn't that stay in place?
What do you think, Dave?
I think you could move Janine's shed and cut the parking lot, because you're not parking there anyway, put a retaining wall up where her shed is and lower that, so you've got probably 3 spots there. That'd be a pretty cheap option.
it gets that retaining wall because it's pretty good.
You put a retaining wall up there, kind of along the north and the east side of her shed.
Oh.
To make more.
You know, you might not need to cut that much of it back, just cut enough back to get one more cart, because if we move the picnic table we got down there for breaks. Yeah, we wouldn't even need to move that much. Just put a retaining wall like the post just to the right of that birch tree. Just move our shed back 8 feet and just flatten that out, that'll give you a 20-30 foot wide parking area. That's gonna be easier than moving streets and alleys and concrete walls are pretty cheap.
But it doesn't, they're just, it's hill, there's no road, it's just
Yeah, and there is a little pad, right?
cliff type thing.
Yeah, where the parking, where the picnic table is, they can pull in there with the van and then unload there. Yeah.
How far,
This would be the cheapest, easiest, quickest,
how much is the county?
The county
Just go
probably
back,
Comes right.
you know,
with
just 30 feet or 20 feet back from the edge of this road and put up a retaining wall like over at the sheriff's office, so you pull right up to the wall.
it.
You know, we
Or
got the,
even sideways, Dave, we could just run it. and
Yeah.
Not cut in so far.
put a retaining wall just under the fence, you know, come back from the fence 2 feet and put your retaining wall and you can stack it like the. down here.
Parking up here either.
Yeah.
Guy come in a little way, it's not a big, you know, they're not really not taking everything off up here.
Yeah.
Up there all the time.
Well, like
And
you
it-
said, you only need like there's plenty of room out there.
Yeah,
You wouldn't have to go through all that business of.
right.
Or even at the other end.
We are hoping to grab that big chunk right
Yeah.
there
And then we're gonna
and see if the city would be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't.
I'm Scott.
No, I think Dave's idea is good, that'll give you. I mean, it is handicapped.
But if you look, we're sloping 30
Guys
feet
are
from
just
the
have
corner
to
down there
have
to where
Ben
the
stop parking
valve,
there.
and you can pull that back and.
Guys, we
I-
have to have Janine, Ben and
If
Karen.
you
stop parking
want,
there.
it's how we get in
Yeah.
trouble, we have sidewalks.
What are you doing?
I got two groups talking there.
I'm cool with that. But yeah, I'd just take out some dirt, it'd be cheaper than easier than moving streets and alleys.
What is that, what is the commission one on that? The-
Well, then I was just curious, you know, you're talking about moving, that's why I was asking. Like that building there, I don't know what that other stuff is down there. So what Scott got, you know, I can move this down there too, and then, you know. Put it in at least, I don't know what that trailer is, I've never seen it move. For what? Work on the other side where they park, there's tires and everything, like I could put that building down there. And actually, then you could cut it into there that little bit, you know, not a lot, because you don't want to start bringing it all the way over here, then you lose all that. Parking up there too. That's-
Look, you had a retaining wall.
Utilize that building by movement. I don't know what's gone out,
If you had a retaining wall, you wouldn't lose any of that, would you?
well, you gotta still come in, gotta take out to make room to park.
Probably
You
ought to
gotta
measure,
move, you're losing, cutting in, then you gotta move the shed over here. 'Cause you gotta move
Oh.
the shed.
If you, okay, all right.
probably ought to measure that before we make any decisions on it, so we know what we actually have and what it would take to do it. Be
You
my
don't
thoughts.
wanna lose a bunch.
No,
Right, and that, we want to stay out of the drip of that willow tree too,
Lose a cut in the shed.
or. You know, if you're good at seeing it gone, that's another, you know.
okay, question, your picture right here shows the road where you didn't have to mess with it.
Yep.
And then additional parking.
Yep.
Why are we messing around with this over here then?
If you needed more.
If
So,
we need more.
If it did meet the specs that have enough.
We-
I don't, I'm waiting.
yeah,
You could want at least 2 spots there.
You have to have 2 spots.
I think
Yeah.
you'd want
Where you'd
2
it,
spots.
I mean, you need
Yeah.
room to maneuver. I mean, the handicap part, maybe going.
You may have an employee who has, so you'd have, maybe have one. Could have one.
So
spot
how
for
many
one
is it?
employee.
How many? are
that'd
here?
be just one.
Just one.
Yeah.
But like,
So what do they do now? Just one?
Yeah,
I think they just parking.
So
That's.
is one required?
Yeah, at least one is
At
required,
least
so
one.
a van accessible, so it'd be a 9 foot wide plus an 8 foot wide landing.
Oh, yeah, person can look and then if they can fit, even if they had a park, you know. I just hate to start cutting this away and I don't know, just to do that. I guess that's not as important as
No, I think
this other stuff.
if we're required to have one parking thing, we have one now. I can't see any reason
You know, and wait.
we have to make a whole bunch.
Yep.
I can't see any reason. Yeah, 3 or
I'd
4.
make it as big as
months.
possible.
Huh?
I'd make it as big as possible.
The only thing I see is if you have an employee who has a handicap sticker, then you wouldn't have any extra space. So,
I see what you're saying. I was gonna say, well, why can't you employ? Nah.
and I'm not saying you will, but there's potentially you would.
Mhm.
How about that? The covered thing, do we even need that?
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like coverage, right?
That's the,
Well, I don't know if we can use it. I don't know what the foundation is and nothing. So I don't know if we can really make
How about where the dumpster is? It'd still be,
widen that out.
talk to the city. I don't think you need to, or the town, I don't think you need to abandon, I think they can give permission for that spot.
Yeah, it wouldn't take much to, the end of that retaining wall right above where it says parking space. The end of that back to the street, you could clean that up and make that wide enough, you could park there too. And the gal downstairs parks out there anyway.
We'll
So,
see, like.
Yeah,
where
that's
the-
what we were thinking about doing on Friday.
Yeah.
that'd be an easy fix.
Only thing there, though, what I'm saying is, there people actually look, they're measuring stuff and are they gonna build something?
Mhm.
See what I'm looking at, seeing that
Sounds-
they're monkeying with that gas line and they tore down the other, so we gotta be careful. With the neighbor.
Yeah, they ripped that house down.
I know on there,
That's what he's
I don't
saying.
get everything, but the city doesn't have any.
Yeah.
City-
Yeah, you know,
there's no
parking.
setback for the city, so they
Then
have.
it's something they can like flatten this out.
You guys have a barn?
Likely.
Yeah, you get the gavel, give the gavel out.
Well, what's up? It's kind of something. I mean, I know this for sure. And we can worry about that other one.
Yeah.
I think we need to look into this other stuff.
Yep. Yep.
So new route or route,
Yeah. Yeah, and so that is a big part of it. So, the guys today, we looked at the restrooms, so that's the other big piece of that. And how we still continue to modify those. Talking with Janine, one thing we're gonna do is, in her janitor closet 203, which is right here on the plan.
let's go over the.
Second one. I'm not sure I've done it right. Yeah, second floor plan.
Okay,
We'll take the mop sink, the janitor sink, and the water heater out of the men's bathroom. And we've got room to put it in that janitor closet and visit with Janine, she said, yeah, that's plenty. And so we'll make a little 2 foot by 2 foot mop sink that's actually on the ground. So she doesn't have to lift buckets to dump water, it'll just be right at the ground. Do that. Got a little lip on it, works great. And then so that's gonna free up room for the men's restroom. And then also the judge's restroom as well. So inside that storage room, there are the court computers in there. And so we'll just rerun data line and power to that storage room, however that may go. And talking just with Dave and the guys today, we're thinking about flipping the judges and the storage room if we need to, just helping with plumbing. Now that we know how those joists run, so all the joists are running this way. They're full 2 inch by 14 and 2.4 deep. Good old, probably center wood lumber from way back when this was constructed. So good and strong.
So may work better to do the judge's bathroom somewhere else.
Well, be where the storage closet is.
So yeah, we're thinking about maybe flipping those. The only thing is we have to still, because it's separate, we still have to make it ADA accessible. The only way that we wouldn't have to make it ADA accessible is if it was in the judge's chambers.
Where are we at? We're upstairs now?
We're right here.
I just wanna make sure I stay with you.
Yeah,
They might switch the one yellow storage with the judge's restroom.
right. Yeah, so we're just gonna see how plumbing lays out once we get into it and see
Okay.
what's gonna go that way.
The judge was happy with it. Happened or didn't have a problem being separated. And thought it was actually more private, separate and having a separate keypad with lock on there.
Yeah, and so as you know, in the men's, there's a step up into there and two things in there. So once that comes up, we'll look at the plumbing that's underneath that. But I think a lot of that step is derived from just that massive men's urinal that's in there. So it's the full floor mounted urinal. One of those way back when you could probably step in and take a shower if you needed to. But it's, we don't need that anymore. And so we're thinking that part of that reason for that lift was just to get that to sit on the floor. And so we know there is some plumbing underneath there. We don't know if we can get into those joists below to run more plumbing, so there's just some more detailing we gotta come up with on that as well. And then over to the ladies' restroom, women's. So looking at, there's a lot of stuff going on in the existing women's restroom right now, so there's piping in there. With that whole setup, so there's a little radiator that's in there too. Well, that would get cleaned up. And our idea is to put the sink there, or two sinks, if we need two sinks. And then we can bring those toilets out in that kind of open area too. And then you've got the storage room there as well, so whatever that may become, whatever that room is. We're taking up some storage by putting the judge's restroom and of course the elevator in. So just trying to get some storage room back.
So right now, the bathroom is here, right?
It is correct.
And then this is, they called it the break room and stuff, so that includes. You would turn the storage behind it. So you go into the bathroom. Then you'd have storage and then you go into the planners.
Right, yeah, so we didn't touch the planners office at all.
So actually, you're creating more storage. That wasn't there.
Right, exactly, yep. It's kind of used for storage in there now, there's some stuff.
Yeah.
It's just one showing.
Or now it can be put
Right.
into storage instead of.
You lose the break room there,
Yeah.
but it looks like the women's bathroom's gonna be pretty big there.
Yeah,
from
much
what-
nicer.
Yeah.
Than what's there now.
What do you think, Dave?
I think where you're talking about putting Janine's sink, there isn't any plumbing there.
Yeah.
So if you moved her sink where you got the storage off the ladies' room. Put it in the back of that against that exterior wall, you pop right through the wall into your plumbing, that's gonna save a pile of money.
Over here,
Yeah, and the toilet we've got is existing and grandfathered, and I believe the structural wall up in front of that where the door goes. Because the wall builds out from there, it's like square and then it's gonna stick out. So I think if we leave that alone,
Inside the existing women's restroom.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we take the sink out of there and leave that one alone, just take the sink out, that's gonna save a ton of money.
We won't get an ADA bathroom in there, that's.
So you don't need to, if you've got one ADA toilet, you're good, because that'll be. You told us that at the last meeting, and that'll give us.
So,
This would be ADA.
So you're still keeping that toilet?
They'll keep
Yes.
this toilet, put her sink in here.
Okay.
And leave this alone, just take the sink out and then put your lavabo on this wall.
So you're thinking we leave a toilet in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause but by the time you get rid of that, put sinks in, redo all the plumbing, you're talking 20 grand at least.
so that would
That's
put,
$300 a square foot to redo plumbing.
And then taking the wall out, rematching the wall and all that trim, cause trim will have to match.
Yeah, and I don't,
Historical.
right, I don't think we would, even if we just left a sink in there, I don't think we'd take that wall out, we just got overzealous, and we'd just take the door off, trim it out. Whether it's sinks or whether it's toilet.
Well, there's not room to get through that little door and have a sink over here and have two women in there washing their hands at the same time, there wouldn't be room, they'd be in the way.
Yeah.
So if you just take the sink out and put that lav on the south wall, put a double lav on the south wall, you've got room between the door and the wall.
Yeah.
That would simplify that and cheapen it up a bunch.
where would the
Less
sinks,
expensive.
where would the
A
sinks
lot
go
less,
in?
but the sinks would go right here on this wall.
As long as our door swings, we have to redo those door swings to make sure we're okay.
Yeah, so the sinks would go. That's where if you leave this alone, that'd be a toilet, just take the sink out and then put your lavabo right here. This isn't quite the scale, the sinks, put these two sinks over here, just take the sink out of there.
No, it's all the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, without the door, so this would still be a toilet, but the wall would come out to here still.
Maybe, yeah.
And then you put the sinks over here. And you put Janine's sink in here. It would just clean up the design a little bit.
Yeah, once we're able to get
Here. See, this wall comes to about here already. So that would leave us room for sinks right here. This, just take this sink out and leave that toilet there. And then put Janine's sink from here back into here.
So
Then you just put it out there to plumb it instead of trying to get all the way there.
and then put it on this side here. And then just leave the toilet.
And that'll go get two bathrooms in the ladies room. We've got this one and then a new one here, and then this will be storage or. You know, break room area, whatever, we can put in this wall, for this, I hope this would stay. There'll still be two toilets and that'll be ADA compliant, put the sinks weird, because this wall actually comes up to about here. Right now, and then the doors over
I
here.
think the idea would, we could put Janine's sink in here.
Does she really need a sink?
Yeah, just a wash sink. And then we just have to check all of them. So we need a 67-inch circle right there.
Or putting Jenny's sink back in here and just tap through that wall.
Good plumbing, we could do that.
And that would give them, you know, move their bed from, you know, they got a bed in there.
We don't need that bad. That's
It's never, it has never been used.
Yeah.
Nor would anyone sit on it.
But that would clean up the plumbing, so that would simplify it. And I think save a whole lot of money to leave that existing toilet there.
There's a desk in that bathroom right now, but or the area, but that's.
Yeah, I think it's a.
I just like you said, we got that 67 in there, and we release stuff, so I just want to make sure.
Well, if we don't quite have the 67 inches, shrink that storage closet, so we do.
Right. Yeah, we would take it back to that trim on the window, so that's. We'll get about 6 inches from the glass to do that.
And realistically, if we've got the elevator going to the fourth floor, that fourth floor is empty anyway, we can storage up there. And abandon that extra storage room, if you're gonna put your sink in that lady's bathroom.
Yeah, we wouldn't put it in the bathroom, we'd still want it separate, so she doesn't have to wait. To go, like right now, it's in the men's, so she's gotta wait to make sure the bathroom's empty.
Because that floor is the one that's being used the most, so you probably want to have a sink on that floor. Right?
On this, are
Yeah,
you
you've got
talking,
a utility, where right now are you thinking for her utility sink?
We were thinking right here, where it says mom sink. But as Dave suggested, is maybe we could put something in that area and go, so that way we're not stretching plumbing across the corridor there.
And the problem with the plumbing is we don't know if there's partition walls between there and where the drain goes down, so we're gonna tear out floor or tear out ceiling to put a drain in.
So it'd be better to come
So
up with.
this
floor
right
that
here is-
you know the plumbing's there.
Right.
This right here is the current utility janitor's thing.
Yeah, and she doesn't have any water in there. It's
She doesn't have a sink in.
So I see. The person put the sink in there and the plumbing's already right there.
Yeah, and then just getting rid of this right here.
Well, she'd still have it for storage, this is all still be storage, but it'd just be dry like it is
I
now.
can't see storage in here for moving their sink, why would you put it all into there?
Yeah, you can move this storage into here.
No, we're moving that sink over here against, where we know there's plumbing. And why can't she don't have that much shit up, why can't
No.
we just use this storage and then this here, we can do something else down there, right?
Yeah, bookcases or something.
which one would be book, which would be something else?
There's storage that's now.
It's not even what she did, the plumbing right there.
Yeah.
So, he got, when I just then, if we put that sink in there, right over here, that way she can go in and come through it, then she can use this part in there.
Or she got her utility.
Yeah, and then this stuff, I'm worried about having something in there, like.
So what do you think on that idea with the toilet being here and the sinks here and? So this and this, where the door's gonna kind of collide. With this bathroom here and this
Yeah,
door.
we would adjust, we'd have to adjust that, make sure we're fitting that over.
This one opens in,
Okay.
because it's hitting the sink right now, so this one opens in, if that sink's not there, it'll open all the way to the wall, and then this one opens. This way, you know, whichever way it open, we might need to shrink this closet a little bit, move this back. To get
You're
the
gonna
basics
cut
together.
in there to make the plumbing anyway, like would.
Well, you wouldn't have to have the door open this way anyway, if you like this toilet and this toilet, you can put the stall the other direction, because the door opens out here. That would make more sense anyway, because then you're not opening it to look right at the sinks.
You have to have 2 sinks.
We'll run a count to be sure, but we think we'll be at 2 cents.
But we have to.
Yeah.
But you got 2 toilets, so you're gonna have to have 2 sinks. They can't wait in line to wash.
They could be
their hands.
like small.
For a big
Yeah, you
thing.
can get little bathroom left and they're only 2
Guys.
feet apart.
I don't wanna wait.
Yeah, but we'd want to be period correct with, I think what we would do, is we would have a side toilet. ADA, and so we can either swing that door out this way, if we have to, and then put our sinks here. A couple sinks, and then we can do a door here, just gotta make sure we have that circle,
Yeah,
that's the big thing, and then we'll just use that existing restroom door.
Yeah.
And this
and it
becomes
was
just a private, oh, that's right, yeah. And it just becomes a private.
Yeah.
Bathroom.
And then we don't have to change the door, we don't have to change anything other than put a stall in and put this wall across and move the labs up here. And that's an easy fix, because those lab drains can run in the wall, they don't have to go through the floor.
Yeah.
So that's a really simple fix.
What-
We got that all wrote down.
Commissioner Allen, what was your idea on janitor 203, just to leave it? Leave it,
Why don't, if we're not gonna do, why would we spend the money? And try to get the plumbing way over here, then if we can just put it into this little storage tool.
207, yeah.
Because you got plumbing there already, I wouldn't even want to with nothing here in this janitor thing, and even if she had to walk over, she can. How much shit does she have up there?
Not much at all.
Once we get that big barrel in there and then.
Yeah.
just storage.
There.
Yeah, garbage, I'll collect all our garbage and put it in there.
Garbage and Kleenex boxes and cleaning supplies.
I mean, if, we don't need to build her a whole new storage place. What little bit, I mean, I guess, yeah.
So what I'm thinking, commissioners, if we were to give her that storage room. Put a sink in there, all of her supplies, and then she gives up the one she has right now, that could be storage for the courthouse.
yeah,
That's what I'm
Well, she
saying,
would be
she don't need to.
give me to, right?
Yeah, that's why I keep saying, how much shit does she have? Why do you have to have a 55-gallon barrel to collect garbage? You take the shit out every day or every day.
So doing that, is giving her the little story.
I mean, I guess it's stuff like that. that just
Your
frust-
commission's call, no.
It just frustrates, I mean, here we're trying to work around the state money to do this and do that one. Why do you need a goddamn barrel? I don't know.
Well, she'll have an elevator too, so.
The elevator will solve a lot
With
of.
a barrel.
With, how did this plan, is the judge's chamber like remodeled or is it, or what happens there? I mean, they're like new carpeting or?
Just totally left it, so it'll be
Okay.
your call to tell us how far we take
It-
that.
It just seems like there's. Like there's plaster falling down, I mean, there's some,
So do a suspended ceiling, he's got a suspended ceiling, so I think just wall off where that door was. And that's all you need to do in there.
Right, yep, and then just patch that in.
If it needs repaired, I think that could go on another bid. I'm cautious, or would caution you very strongly to keep the bathroom bid separate from the elevator bid. Cause if I go out and bid a big job and it's got some little piddly thing like a bathroom on it, I'm gonna call Clay. Hey, what's the most you charge to do this? 20,000, I'm gonna bid it at 40,000. And I'm gonna pay him 20 to come do it. You've dealt with that before. So if we do it all at the same time, but the bids need to be separated, so you get a contractor that does the bathrooms and a contractor that does the elevator.
Pros and cons to that. Yes, it makes it easier for contractors to pick and choose what they want to do. Or are able to, or want to do.
Well, yeah, we don't wanna get short-handed, I see what you're,
Yeah.
I see both sides, but you start doing that too, then there's, well, you know, this guy was gonna do it, now all of a sudden.
you could have the elevator people could do.
Yeah, they could bid on both, but
One bid notice and they could do it.
But you know, if I'm bidding a big job and it's got some little thing like the elevator's a big job, the bathroom, there's little things. The elevator guy's gonna bid the bathroom to double what they should be. And then farm it out and make money on the subcontractor. So if you get a contractor to do the bathrooms, he's gonna be a lot more competitive priced. And you'll get a lot more local guys like Galley and some of these that are local and that's what they do for a living and they'll do a good job.
Or the elevator guy would bid it out to someone local.
Well, he will, but he's gonna make money on that too. He's gonna market it at least 10% because that's just how the business
Just
works.
to do the paperwork and all that, and sure, I understand, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
So when you say elevator guy,
Whoever gets the bid to do it, or the elevator
So
company.
the elevator company's gonna be the sub on the job, they're not gonna run the job. So it'll be a general contractor that will put the elevator in, get the shaft, lay all that power.
Okay,
Yeah.
And then this elevator will be the subcontractor to that.
okay.
So, I mean, you could do that.
Yeah, well, the elevator's a general, I mean, he's gonna hire somebody out and mark up their product.
Yeah, elevator won't be general, you would be general.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's, that's.
Yeah, so I think you could do the whole thing. I mean, just from a little bit we've done. Cause you're gonna get an elevator sub in, you'll get mechanical, electrical, plumbing.
Yeah.
So,
So what else here then, do we, I'm not trying to hurry it along.
no, that's good, but, just if we do break it into two projects, we're gonna have. Probably, like, we'd have a few different bid packages out there. Two different advertisements for bid.
I think you could do it in one advertisement if you wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
just
if you
say-
could do either
Yeah,
or.
yeah, that's
Okay.
what I've done before.
Okay.
But as far as the packets, I would say, I think you do one packet too, and then
Sure.
say this part applies to the bathroom, this part applies to, there's two projects. Yeah, that makes sense, but if the totally commission's decision on that one, you wanna do it all together or?
I just said to me that, we're gonna do this, like this gold. I don't know, maybe cost any more on some of this, we'll get the damn thing done, we just keep going along and. Getting down to the time where I'll get an elderly, and we might need a ride, that's there.
I would go on the architect's advice.
Well, likely it's gonna be a winter or potentially a winter
Yeah.
project, you think?
Yeah, so right now, everybody's schedules are full. They'd like to be outside working, we'll get a better pricing structure if we can do it this fall or in the middle of winter. The only thing is we'll be on the top and you have to open up the roof a little bit for the house and for the elevator, but other than that, I mean, that would be the best time.
There's not gonna be people complaining, but they're just gonna have to work around it, that's just all there is to it. I mean, this is one of those deals that. It's just gonna be that way.
Right.
I like the idea. Couple of things I'm sure.
What's that?
Oh, I just making sure I'm seeing it all, and but this couple of things.
If it's a. Elevator with no north side stop, there'd be potentially. Two elevator companies that could. Potentially be,
Yeah, two for sure.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and they would see it too, so as that bid package goes out, they'll see it, of course, we'll call them and talk to
Yeah,
them.
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You guys have a question? Okay.
All right.
Really appreciate this help me, I guess. We want to save as much as we can, but yet we don't want to be too cheap and be redoing shit. Because those guys gotta come back and bite in the ass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is true. And then I did. This is something that we've been wanting for a long, long time. Just want it done right. And, you know.
So the changes that Dave mentioned work for you,
Well, we'll reconfigure it to make sure, so number one, just gotta make sure it meets APA,
Right.
that's what I'm going.
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work,
Right, but I think we can make that work,
okay?
a variation of it.
I just want us all to get along on this, to make sure that, you know, we're not trying to. Issue or he's not, and I'm not, I mean,
Yeah.
this is your job, you're a professional. He's helping out by saying, well, you know, he's just seeing stuff that we don't see, so don't think that we're.
Sure. Nope,
Okay, Bob,
no
I
concern.
just want to know that.
Takes
So they're putting
takes a
you
team.
on me.
I just want to make sure, you know.
Yeah,
So you'd make the changes and send it to us
Yep.
and.
yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the knowledge that Dave has is very helpful.
That's what you're kind of thinking.
But yeah,
Okay.
Good. Anything else? Any other?
You want, talk to him about handrails or is that too soon?
Probably too soon unless
All
we
right.
roll it into this. project.
Yeah, let's stay with both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not, the handrails and something like that, we talked about them before, right now, let's just stay focused.
Okay.
I mean, it's,
Okay.
otherwise I'll get into the pool. I really
All right.
appreciate it coming over and.
Absolutely.
Get something out there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Squirrels are on the side.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Talk about this. Yeah, I just wanna make sure they know, that, you know, we're getting paid to do this, and I don't mind ever asking stuff, I don't wanna think.
We're,
Well.
it's happy to have Slate, so, yeah.
No, happy to help too, Bill, thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care.
Thank you.
Be pretty cool though when it's done. This bit cutting on it. I mean, you look like now with the parking here, if you move that over another 10 feet or better, I mean, there goes all that. I don't know, need to talk to Scott about that trailer, why they couldn't park it down the shed. Get some of that stuff out of front of you from that, you know, lift over through there.
Is there power?
Yeah, it comes right outside the building, so, I mean, that wouldn't be that big a deal to redo. Pretty much to redo that, oh, I'm just trying to save us. You start chunking up, we don't have a lot of parking out there anyway, you get these.
Couldn't this be cut into a little bit, have a second spot right here and still get an upper alleyway, but not cut into the parking lot?
He's saying that if you cut in there, you gotta move that over, but it looks like it's far enough down, you can move the retaining.
Yeah.
Wall in 10 feet, you still not move this, too.
I agree, I think you could cut into it.
Did he- How about right here? Did he say something here you could? Oh,
It's,
right here where that retaining wall is.
That's brown too,
Yeah.
but the thing is, there potentially could cut into here, not take any of the parking area that way, move the road over more and give a second spot right here or something in the area.
And then you can still make that corner and stuff, so you could take out that big corner that you.
Because there's this space here that's wasted, right?
I think, what is that right there? It's the-
That's where the table is.
It's the table.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to.
Oh, okay, that underneath the awning.
Of course, you can't do anything because the pole is there.
I think
So
that-
that being signed is handicap parking right there. Where's the handicap spot? There's no
Just-
to pull around.
It's right here,
Right?
yeah.
So it's just right here.
That's where it could be potentially expanded right there.
Well, seeing then the thing about it, we gotta watch it, the drains.
Oh,
But I see them guys digging on that, I don't know
well,
what,
they ripped that house down.
so they're not built there, so I don't, that's not.
Yeah, that's where he's saying the alleyways might be an issue. So,
But I mean, that's that there is not, it's not a simple fix, but that's not as big as the other. We can make something work out.
you not really want it part of this project per se, or do you want to include it? Cause he could do the design
Now
for
we
it.
can dig that out. I mean, we have loaders. and that,
Equipment.
and I mean, we can save a lot of money doing that, I don't know, we don't need to hire that. There's nothing, what we usually hang on that a little bit. Yeah, with that grading and stuff. Yeah, I don't want to put that out.
Okay.
Comes down to we always gain.
You guys call. And most times, probably one spot is one handicap parking spot is gonna do it, but I could see in the future, you'd have employee and then you don't have any extra.
The key. They're rebuilding it, but they have to. Keep So here is the building.
Your fan.
All right, what does it say? Oh, is that Blackfoot?
Mhm.
Connect to more. This is the depression. You seen that commercial? My smiley face.
Oh. You need a table?
That's his wife Sydney. She is a Missoula former county university. You're former? I was 21 years old. Like I have a girlfriend that. And what's going on? She'll take care of you. You probably serve authority for the whole state, do you? Exactly. I don't intend to use it. I just think you're the close work. Yeah. She's building it out. What she's doing. This week, relocated to Granite County. When Martin was on board with me for a long time, she worked with the money. And it was a park. I got her company. Oh, is that where you go? I post on Thursdays before the guy was, poster, getting off duty and I when I was at another poster, I just had one of the one that finally got it out, and so he's not destroying the property house. But what is saying he wants to be better than we had, he was really ran, and very similar to this one, they kind of just in the situation. But he's been around, he's he made shooting. Well, I never can't work me and can't work the house and all the mud. I put them on some little cups, I guess, like stick in olive and he won't. And it has a little branch to be this, stick their feet in them and just sit down and go in the water and then you got wet. Right out. So, that's part of the situation required. Yeah. Is that a major conviction? And you're clear one. Well, it's in the arm thing. She doesn't care. That's how you get your.
And I think I'm now, it looks like they're clean, but- At least, all that, there are no times, people that live by the grass, make, come to the money table and newspapers and all. Yeah. But when you, the table over there, says, you know what, huh? Oh, no, no, no. She was, people reading the night books, and then-
Planet Mud.
Yeah.
Funny, because it pops where the thing. If you think about my, I think about it all the time. One wants to go away, another to come back, I mitigated. A lot, little structure things to the boot. That's one of my favorite. Maybe this. And so, this is where we. Thank you. And I have this contract up there, this down the line.
Keep the old roads down for now. When we were healthy,
Maybe, you know.
I'm not a good day, so.
Well, we're. He didn't know it's not maybe more Memorial Day. If we go so. If I could meet this, I could say, if it's. Well,
Right.
so. When I said I do a year, I didn't know. I was like a double laughing. You guys actually have a location already? You have a location? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the hillside, if you go to it was a. Ready?
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
This here's on. Hey, we're gonna get. Hey, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay. Okay. That's on the initial proposal for consideration for possible county animals health care. So who wants to start off? State your name and.
My name is Rick McGill, and I am here on behalf of the board of directors for Granite Animal Shelter Project. The board is all here. Gene McKinney, Joan Bicknell, Arlene Shore, Sandy McGill, and hopefully a lot of other people are here in support of this project too. Before I get too far, I know it's late in the day and I don't want to take more time than I have to. Has everybody had a chance to read the thing that we sent around? Okay, yeah. I'll breeze through for the benefit of the public. We know that Granite County has no animal shelter now. No county owned facility to take care of animals. The sheriff's department handles about 200 calls a year on anything to do with animals. Fishes, dogs, strays, deer in the yard, problems like that. the animal problem's been handled informally by a network that's been doing good work over the years, but it's informal and you really can't count on unofficial stuff. Gene McKinney's been doing dog rescues, Cindy has been doing cat rescues, and this has been going on for a good long time, and it finally came to us that maybe we could make a project to build an animal shelter for the county. Our goal is twofold. One is to build a building up to code and designed with animals in mind, that has double entry doors, so they prevent escapes. Same thing with a garage or a vehicle. A building, and since that's a lot of money to raise as it is, so might as well raise enough money to refund 2 years worth of salary and benefits for an animal control officer. We're hoping that that would give time to decide that yeah, it's worth it and nail down where the funds are going to come from after that. That is up for conjecture. So I'm breezing through a lot of that, but what we would suggest at this point is to form a working group with the town of Phillipsburg, who has already expressed. I went to their town council meeting a couple weeks ago. They all love the idea. If we could get the town and the county and us in a working group to hammer out details of a MOU that would allow us to build on the land that we described in there. That's the benefit of all this, is that the county already owns the land. The vehicle that we may be able to use is a surplus sheriff card comes up every couple of years. They'll turn over one of their older vehicles. So there's a ready vehicle every few years. And then the building. So the land is free, the vehicle's free, the building is free. If we can get a long-term operation to take care of salary and benefits, you'd have enough to keep one person full-time. And we have had so many people shouting out that they want to join and be part of the volunteer effort, and the rest of the staff by volunteer. The animal control officer is a lot more than just a dog catcher. I went through and rather than read the whole list, there's everything that the sheriff department would do now for animal calls. Some of them involve some investigation or citations issued. There's more than just riding around picking up stray dogs. So there's enough to keep a full-time person busy with maintaining the building, keeping supply stock, working with our grant writer to keep extra money coming in. We're hoping that we can build the shelter nice enough that it could also act as a boarding facility to try and bring in some revenue to offset some of the costs. We've had a lot of people ask that, will you be boarding? Well, that's a great idea. And you think about the tourism that comes in the summer, people want to go and do something, but they can't bring their dog that day because it's someplace else. They need a place. They have to go to Anaconda, they have to go out to, I think out Rockford. There's nothing really local that can house dogs safely and professionally. So that's where we're at. I'm hoping that we can convince you to do a working group. The other thing is the question came up about manganese at the site. I've already spoken to DEQ and they suggest having a targeted brownfields assessment done, which is at no cost to the county. And they'll do soil testing to make sure there's nothing overly toxic or whatever there. I wouldn't think so, because it's been open all these years and nobody's done anything with it. There's like tractors up on the hillside. So one time we had it was something.
Yeah, when the trails folks were looking at that, I think it was looked at.
It's been checked, I can't remember, and then I couldn't read what next, we're gonna try to put down as the road, but can be next to the creek, there should be something on that already.
Okay, I may have that on file. Yeah, it's an online form, it's a fillable PDF online that you just submit as the guy, we could do it, but you want the property, you would have to submit it. And I don't know what it takes to get, how long that takes. But our 501c3 has come through. I know the circular you have said it's been applied for, it came through a week ago Friday. We're ready to go, but we are not even soliciting donations until we get an answer from the county. And can move forward, otherwise we have to keep going with that.
Well, I'd be willing to support this if the soil checks out, it's okay. I mean,
Okay. Worthy venture. And I commend Carol and Jean for your cat and your dog rescue. As far as the land goes. Granite County can't just donate land to a private enterprise, it would have to go out for bid.
It stays in your, it
Wait,
stays
can
county
I-
property, I'm sorry. Yeah,
So in that case, they'd have to survey it out. And then that is subdivision regulations, so you're paying for a minor subdivision. Then what you're doing is a shelter is private, that's there's no county shelters. We don't shelter animals, they have animal control. So county would be a private sector for shelter, and for boardings is private sector, because there's nothing to classify that under the classifications. It'd be there's control, animal control, but there's no sheltering animals. They take the animal into the pound, they keep it for a certain amount of time. And I know, like, for example, in Anaconda, they have their animal control, and then they call Pintler Pets. And Pintler Pets tries to find a home. If Pintler Pets can't find a home, then they have to do something with that. They can't shelter that animal. That's private enterprise. And the same with boarding dogs or cats is private enterprise. You don't want to mix private enterprise with government entity. It's a ball of wax that it's just not a good mix. So then you say that you would need a full-time deputy for animal control. And the one thing that the sheriff has with the towns have a sheriff's contract. So that sheriff's contract is the amount plus of a full-time deputy. So that full-time deputy across the county, like half-time for the city and half-time for Drummond and Peaburg, is policing animal calls plus domestic, whatever. So if you felt that you needed a full-time deputy, that sheriff's office is going to lose a deputy, because the city is not going to contract and say, okay, we might be contracting with your facility, and so we're not going to contract with the sheriffs. And like I said, it's under the sheriff anyway, no matter what. So that's county entity with private enterprise. I mean, it is. So another thing, you say you would gift it to the county. Well, gifting it to the county, you're gifting a private enterprise to the county. And how are we going to classify it? It's going to have to be an enterprise fund. And is it going to pay for itself? I mean, that's the issues right now, looking at mixing county and private, which it's a wonderful project, but I don't think the county can really get involved with this type of venture, because we're not into shelters and we're not into. That's how I feel about it. It's just, I don't think it's a good mix.
So if they kept it at a private, so if they kept it at themselves at a private and then not give it to the county, they just keep running.
Well, yeah, if they would run it under nonprofit, why?
that's not what our intent is.
I know, but your intent is mixing private and government.
The private goes away when we make the gift.
Well, and then how do we classify it?
It's county property, a county owned building on county owned property with a county employee to do the animal control stuff. The notes in the circular were early possibilities of what were kicked around of how that position could be filled as a deputy with animal control duties. I don't think that's gonna fly. I agree with you. That it should be a specifically animal control person. To take that position. I sent 7 surveys out to surrounding counties. I got 5 responses back from. Anaconda, Deer Lodge, Butte, Missoula. Powell County, Lake County. Lake County has nothing. Powell County is where the sheriff takes dogs now that need quarantining, and they have that another informal arrangement that they can take care of our animals that need quarantine, whatever, for a case.
Well, they have that certain amount of time under animal control, but they don't shelter them and try to find a home for them.
Right, and that's where
That's where the
Other-
private and the government and.
well, other county, Missoula County Animal Control does that. They shelter them and find homes for them. And that's the Missoula County Animal Control. Holly Harder. And they're getting ready to expand to a 4,300 square foot facility, and I know we can't compare with Missoula, because there's no way we're here in Missoula, but that'll tell you how big a big county would use. I forget what Silver Bowes was. What we're anticipating is at the lower end of the scales. I got pay rates from those other counties, and they vary from $17 to $20 an hour for their animal control person, including benefits. I wrote to Sarah Graham and asked her, am I doing the calculations right? And she said, yes, sounds close. So even a $20 an hour animal control person, it's a new county position. Is what we suggest, not a deputy.
But it still has to come under the sheriff's office.
It could, the Missoula's is under the health department. Butte is under the enrichment department or the city or something like that. So I've seen both. It's either under the sheriff's department or under the health department. You could articulate that as a health angle.
I just scared, how we gonna afford it? I mean, where we gonna, I'm not running the, I'll tell you right now, I haven't had it yet, and I don't. We're so taxed so bad now. People having a hard enough time. Understand, maybe not, they seem good, I just don't. Once we get it, then what do we do? How are we gonna take care of it?
Well, the town's excited enough that I think they would be chipping in.
So if the town decided that, pay for a full-time deputy. And with benefits, it's $76,000. Would be a full-time deputy. So the towns paid Granite County $133,000. So that $133,000 is split. However, the sheriff decides to police, they police the towns, and so in that policing is in your dog tickets, I'm sure. So you're looking at like your animal calls for 2021, 199. So that's 199 calls. Is it 199 tickets or just
No.
199 calls?
No, calls.
So you're looking at that time frame is paid for by the cities for the sheriff's office to handle that. So you're looking at 199 calls. For example, it's a 2-hour call if a ticket's issued. That is less than 19% of a full-time position.
I see what you're saying.
Have you talked to the Fish and Game, are they willing to do something? Cause you got all these dog calls and that. There's nothing showing, I know it's Iowa deer and.
Yeah, there's that.
They never want,
And
to
we said
it's a government entity and they will not give you nothing. Right.
So you see, there's a shelter in Missoula. There's not even a classification in the BARS book for a shelter. It's all animal control. It's how to take care of, harbor them if they're, or get rid of them. There is nothing that says shelter these animals. So however they're doing it, you're mixing private and you're mixing government together.
All right.
I was just gonna say that what Missoula does is legal, but that's a political decision that they're making in Missoula. So you can't, oftentimes government does get into private in the sense of Granite County does solid waste, and that could be private. So you're talking about potentially if someone else, private sector is not able to do it, potentially stepping in sometime. So it can be done legally, it's a political
So,
decision
anyway,
on whether you're gonna, yeah.
like you say, should you, this wonderful project, believe me, should you then, okay, it's doing great, gift it to the county, okay, the county has to classify it. It would have to be an enterprise fund, because we had the solid waste, that was an enterprise fund, the hospital was an enterprise fund,
Yeah,
and
I
so
agree.
it has to pay for itself. So it has to pay for that deputy, it has to pay for that clerk. And all the supplies and it has to, or you tax the people.
Well, I would say that the deputies don't pay for themselves, man. That's part of a service that the government has decided is worthy of the government's support. And the deputies don't go out and try and write up tickets to cover the cost.
Understanding that, but you're looking at one deputy that's funded by the towns.
Right.
To the sheriff's office.
Right.
And I guarantee you, if the towns say, hey, we're gonna give this project this money, they're gonna lose deputy. Yeah.
They're still gonna get the law enforcement that they need, whether the deputy's in the town. He's providing law enforcement service, whether he's driving up Broadway, or if he's answering a call, or if he's answering a dog call. It's.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's happening right now. That they're getting paid to do that.
Are you talking about potentially asking the commission to run a levy that, or commit to running a levy, or putting it out to the voters, I mean?
That if they can find no other way to come up with that kind of money, I suppose that's the only choice that they would have is run a levy. Sure, in a perfect world, it would pay itself. I can't see it being able to pay more than a percentage, but they're gonna be, it's gonna be an ongoing effort in fundraising, search, boarding, if we can do that. But it's a county-owned facility, county-owned, county-provided service, and I think.
So when you
the
say
voters-
boarding, then you're boarding a dog, that if something happens to that dog, then it's Granite County's liability. Because something happened to that dog on their facility, so you're looking at all kinds of cans of worms and.
It would be anyway. If you took in a dog from a traffic accident where the driver had to go to the hospital and his prize winning terrier needed sheltering. And he taken to a facility, then you accepted that risk of taking care of that dog, whether it's the sheriff's office that took the dog and passed it on to Gene. For a few days until the person came out of the hospital, the liability is to the county. Because whatever happened at the scene of the accident, the deputy takes custody of the dog for safekeeping. It's a humanitarian thing to do to the dog. Anything that would happen would be an accident anyway. The shelter would have insurance, would have to have insurance just in Mako, just like everything else that we do has insurance.
Do you have to have a vet on call then? Like,
We've
yeah.
spoken to the vet here in town. We have another vet on our group from Anaconda and.
I'm just asking, like, say, you know, bring your dogs in and whatever, check them, what they got and everything, how do you go through all that? I mean, I'm just looking at everything you're doing.
I can interject a little bit, a lot of that, my name is Gene McKinney, and I help with the dogs in Granite County, and that us as residents are absorbing that cost. When the sheriff department gives me a dog from an auto accident, I make the assessment if that dog needs to go to the vet or whatnot. And for me to do that, I sign that paperwork and I'm liable for that bill. Well, a lot of times the pet owner will pay the bill. You know, but I don't have that communication with the accident victim. I'm just doing what I think is best for the dog, but I am signing the bill.
I'm happy I do, I've been out there with you. and I help you.
Right. Yeah, you helped me with that cat, thank
Yeah.
God.
There's so many questions that, you know.
And I also wanted to point out with the numbers that the county has given us are not 100% correct, you know, I mean. There's 82 calls that the sheriffs did not respond to. I did. They called me. You know, Cindy's had 37 cats. You know, we dealt with 50 cats in Hall. There's 10 more down there now.
And there's now don't take this wrong, I mean, why don't you want to do this? Why wouldn't you want to do your own building, be just a contractor yourself, you and Cindy?
I mean, it's,
I know it's a lot of money, but either way.
and that's
it's just-
money coming out of my pocket. I have 15 acres. I have a perfect spot to put up kennels and all that, but then I get all the responsibility. I get all these dogs and I have no help. I have no help from the sheriff's office. I have, you know, I get no compensation. This is my time. I've left work. I have dogs dropped to me at work. I just make it work. And I'm only doing it for the animal, but it's getting to be a bigger issue. There are more animals dumped. You know, I had 2 dogs up at Georgetown Lake recently. I had gone up, I left food, we were gonna trap them, and the homeowner who doesn't live there just has a place there. He ended up, I coached him, he caught the dogs. I'm at a doctor's appointment in Missoula. I say, take the dogs to Anaconda Animal Control. They'll get a, you know, they'll check the chip. And we'll find the owners, and I'm still helping. Even though I'm not on site, and they got turned away from Anaconda, they got turned away from Pentler Pets, and they called me each time. What do I do, Gene? So I'm not able to give them great advice, and that those 2 dogs ended up in Butte at the Chelsea Bailey shelter because nobody would help them. You know, 2 days ago, a dog got picked up on I-90 St. Regis. Nobody from St. Regis, that dog ended up in the shelter in Bozeman because nobody would help them. And that's where I'm running into. These shelters won't help me because it's not their county. And basically Anaconda Animal Control said, not our problem. And I'm like, they were a mile from the county line. And these people are getting stuck with dogs, and that's what will happen with me. You know, I do it, but I've scaled it way back down, and I'm only doing lost found pet recovery and assisting the sheriff's office with accidents.
Well, that's the other night when one of the people down here said there's so much money to be made in it, that's why I was wondering why somebody don't do it.
Because there's not money to be made in it.
That's what I got down, because I know there's all kinds.
Well, then you tell him to call me.
No, I wasn't able to think.
Well,
Wanted this to come out, because I mean, this is the whole deal, it all comes, I know it's about the animals, but it all comes down to this.
I know, and for
every one of
me,
us in,
it's my heart. My heart gets the best of me, and whether or not I have to use the boyfriend's credit card. I gotta sell a tire, you know, I got laying in the garage, I'll get it done. Because, and that has been because I've had no county or the sheriff's department flat out told me years ago, they don't wanna pay somebody, because out of their budget.
that's the whole.
And here I am, still 10 years later, you know. They're giving my phone number out daily.
The other problem with having it done as a private enterprise is that there's no teeth involved in investigations when a animal cruelty, animal abuse case comes along. The sheriff's department has to investigate it, write citations. In what we're proposing, the animal control officer has the authority to issue citations, work with the county attorney for charges if it's something that serious. So there's more.
Not there.
There's more involved in what the animal control can provide.
So you're saying the sheriff office won't investigate?
No, they do.
Okay,
They do now.
Yeah.
And my conversations I've had with them, they'd be oh so happy if someone else would. Because it frees them up to do. Real.
A lot of this, like on this abuse and stuff, a lot of these animals are being used because they can't afford it. You know, so they're pawning it off and then they want for other people, it's still another one of them. Hang it out, you know, push it off and somebody else will take care of it and get rid of it.
Well, that's why it takes investigation. Each case is different. You have to decide.
They can't afford to pay for it, how we gonna get the money out?
I see what you're saying.
They don't have nothing already, so. I'm just so worried that the person gets all this and then comes down with the funding, then what the hell do they do? I mean,
If I'm writing speeding tickets and writing DWIs, it doesn't enter me if they can pay for it.
I know, but this is the long one, because once you turn it over to us, we gotta figure out how to financially make sure this can work with people, whatever. It's not that I'm against it. Oh. Because I know everybody keeps saying, well, you're against it, Wes, but there's so much. To try to figure out before a person can, you know, I'm not gonna hold on nothing today, I'll tell you that.
I don't expect an answer today. When I saw the agenda said possible decision, I go, oh, I doubt it.
I think we put that on just in case if there's something to move ahead and look at something to say that, like with that dirt and stuff, we just kind of, yeah, you can look ahead, but. I think it's the main thing, it's just to get this information, there's so much to, you know. And I totally, I really appreciate what you do.
I understand, I get it, I just, you know, a little bit of help, and for me, the facility, even a small one. Is huge, just because I bring these animals home, I have to keep them separate from my animals. Cause I have 5 non-friendly animals, so I'm looking for a foster, you know, I got a dog out of an accident, they're freaked out, you know, taking them to
I
my.
don't know what you're getting.
And I don't know. Yeah, we had one, he was left at the rest area at Bearmouth all night, somebody left him there abandoned with food and water.
We get a lot of them. I mean, it's sad. It really
I
is.
know, and the problem is getting way worse because people are having trouble with dog food, vet bills. I got one down here, I'm taking a collar and leash because their dog they just let it out in the morning. So all these people have caught the dog, called the sheriff, called me, they've taken the dog back, and the gal's like, oh, we don't have a leash. So I'm gonna take a collar and
See,
leash.
this is what really frustrates me, is people like this, we keep fixing, putting Band-Aids on, and they just keep getting.
And that's why I advise everybody. Every time that you have to call the sheriff's department, that's the only way they will write a ticket is it becomes a nuisance dog. So, and I don't respond to calls unless it goes through the sheriff's office, because that gives me credibility and gives me the right to go and take this animal.
Well, what funding's out there you're talking about, like on this, what is out there?
There are tons of grants. I'm not really concerned with things like supplies and animal food. Because in the brief searches that I've done for grants, a lot of them are aimed at that. Vet assistance for shelters, food and supplies assistance for shelters, shelter improvements, additions and things like that. There's so much out there that when I see the list of different grants, and I narrow it down to, well, what's all available in Montana, and there's still a long list. We have a grant writer that's approached us and says, I'm sorry, I can't be here today. I'm in Texas, but when I get back, get with me and we're gonna work for whatever. And she's a grant writer. She knows more about what she's looking at than I do. I haven't looked so deep to look for brick and mortar grants. So I'm not even sure that we're gonna be able to find any brick and help with construction grants. I'm assuming that we're not. My focus was on the salary. I know that's the hurdle, because that's something that you all have to answer on an ongoing basis. Decide whether it's something that you want to take it on as a new county position, a new truck driver, a new deputy, a new anything that's a county position. If you're adding it to the payroll, there's costs involved, the salary, benefits, insurance, and everything else. So I understand that there's a lot of calculations to be done, a lot of decision making on your part, and that's why you make the big bucks. I don't know whether you need a levy or just a tax adjustment. But things, how would you decide if you really decided for years that, gosh, we need a heavy equipment operator, we can't do this with just this anymore, how are we gonna add another position? It's a similar decision tree that you'll have to go through. Decide whether you want.
I agree with you. Hi, Davis, hi, Jack Nugent. So I just wanted to add kind of a more nuanced look at what animal control offers to Granite County. We already have friends that we know, people in this room that know that they go around and they're cleaning up the animals' messes that are in the town. It's really unfortunate that we're coming into tourist season and we have to rely upon the help of our own citizens to go around and pick up other people's dog food. So those dividends are going to be paid off when we don't have the wild animals running around or the animals that are just forgotten and allowed to run carefree. Also, as far as, in Montana, it's growing 17% this past year during the pandemic. So there is an expectation that Phillipsburg needs to keep up with other communities in Montana, but also in other states as well. And I feel that the objection that Ms. McClure provided is a valid one, but I think it's easy to be overcome. We're not the only county that doesn't have or is dealing with the issue of animal control. Every county in the United States has been dealing with it. And there's a model out there that exists. We just need to apply reason and logic to overcome the issues that we have here. And the salary is a pretty small portion of that. In Partyville, Wisconsin, there is a wild animal sanctuary that has lions and tigers and bears. And they feed their animals through roadkill. So they're able to do that. This is somebody sat down and they thought about it, these animals need meat, and there's meat. And if we get out there and collect it quick enough, then we can feed them. And that cuts down on their cost. Now, it's a small portion, but it's an idea that I haven't heard anybody voice here. But it would be a way to feed and cut down on costs. There's a lot of solutions that we can overcome here. And just because we see a roadblock doesn't mean that we should immediately stop and poo-poo the idea. I think we've got something solid here that can really make Granite County much better. We've got the will, we've got the people that are willing to help, and then we can overcome the costs. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
So as far as poo-poo and the idea is, the issues that I have are very valid issues.
As I said, they were.
And one of the main valid issues is what I'm saying is mixing government and private entity together.
And that has been done in other counties.
So I think it's very commendable what Jean does and what Carol does. I think it's awesome. And going forward with you guys and trying to do something privately, yeah, I think you should, but I really don't feel that Granite County should be right now getting involved, and I wouldn't recommend it because of these issues that I mentioned. It's my opinion.
How would a private enterprise, though? I'm missing how.
You're missing private enterprise.
Yeah.
Shelter is a private enterprise.
I'm sorry?
Shelter, you're sheltered. There's nothing in the codes that says that there's a line item to code that says shelter. It doesn't say anything about shelter. It says animal control.
So call it animal control. I'm not.
So you're gonna grab it, yeah, we're gonna shelter this animal for as long as we need to. If we can't find it at home, it'll have a home there.
That's how animal control.
Well,
works.
that's my opinion, and I don't wanna really debate with you what's shelter and what's.
I'm not trying, we're just going through it. I understand on
Yeah.
both sides, we're not gonna get a big argument.
No. What's our next step? Could we meet again? I hate to take up time at a commissioner's meeting because you have so much, look how late it is in the day. That's why I suggested that group.
We're here.
Well, that's why I suggested a group.
Nothing wrong with it being, if it takes up time, we need to ask, I've asked a whole bunch of questions. I don't know what I'll answer next.
Well, we're gonna answer next time.
I think, there's stuff that I'm gonna go over it more and more and know how much more, but.
Yeah, I think we should think about it and maybe come up with more ideas. Get what we can do. Could we donate the land?
No, that's got to good.
But if their proposal is they put the
They gift
build
it.
the building
Yeah.
on there and then gift that could, I mean, that's. Could be
So what
legally,
you're saying
yeah,
is let them build it on there and then have them gift it to the county.
if the county's willing to
If the
accept it
county-
and run it and run
Right.
it, yeah, so that,
So,
it really does come back to. Yeah, that it could be run potentially by partially volunteers, but an animal control officer is gonna come down to the. Getting those wages, so looking for, if commission's not wanting to go to. Request for a mill levy to the voters, and creative way would have to be looked at as far as funding it.
And that'd be up to them to take it to the voting, right?
Well, no, it'd be resolution of the commission would be the way that that's done. So it'd be, yeah, your decision on whether that goes to the voters or not.
So the county retains the ownership of the land and then retains the ownership of the building after it's completed. So it's all county owned.
In the meantime, do you want to have him there, want to request that where they do the, said it's free to have it looked at the ground there?
The DEQ,
Yeah.
sure.
You want to have that done in the meantime?
Yeah.
Be good to know.
for sure.
Either way, we're gonna have to.
so that's no big deal if you,
Yeah.
if the county wants to check to make sure what is in the ground, that's something that the county doesn't have to pay for. Yeah, that's fine, but not potentially to throw a 4,000 square foot building on it. A house, I mean, that's my feelings, that's how I feel.
Well. Commission could also say. We'll agree to it if the voters agree to it, so that could be the first thing too.
Yeah. What they're the ones that end up paying.
Yeah, if there's no other way to. To
Well,
fund
if
it, potentially, you know, having, I guess, the town, look at the town, what they would be willing to put into it, but. The remain, and the two towns.
Get anything like from Drummond then too, have you talked to them once?
Gene spoke to Mayor Leeper and got a kind of a negative response, but it was before the article was in the paper and she didn't have all the. You know, time to give her the full rundown. I don't know what her feelings are now. I left a message for her yesterday and then.
Like anything, yeah, the cost, I'm sure,
I'm
I've
sure.
been concerned, but if it's a countywide mill levy, and that. I'm not pushing for anything, I'm just telling you what your option.
And the town was receptive to sharing the cost of the salary.
On with what they're paying now.
That angle didn't come up to it. I
guess
pitched
we're
that as.
shorting on
No,
this.
I see what you're saying, and I didn't wanna look like we were trying to take money from the sheriff's department
That's
to
why.
sort of this.
It got
So-
the additional,
Yeah, it would be on top of that.
That's what I'm saying. Is there any other comments?
I just have another one. I'm running into issues. Now, and it is what to do with deceased pets that are found. What does the county do? Do you just leave them on the side of the road?
Kind of like the part of this transportation.
There used to be a purpose.
Well, they told me they just kicked the deer off so the public can't see them, which is drawing in predators, so you got
You know.
more
We
animals.
went through this not that long. ago.
I know, and I got a huge issue out by Garrison,
Fish and wildlife.
and I've been on that interstate. Then that's the same dogs. Eating the dead carcasses, but, and I don't care about the deer, I don't care, you know, I drive by them, but I'm running into issues of. The dead dog at the base of the grade. Somebody.
Again, you know, a lot of these people need to take care of their own animals. You know,
Well,
they
there
take
again,
it easy.
you got everybody that morning driving Anaconda to work. Guess who got the call? Well, I didn't go pick up the body, but somebody else did. And the vet would not take the body. They kept it outside the back door till I retrieved the body. It cost $195 to have that dog cremated, because now the vet here used to take dead bodies to the landfill, the dump. They do not accept them any longer. So there is no,
Not in Drummond and that, in Missoula they do, right?
I don't know, I'm talking about Phillipsburg,
Yeah, we
you know.
Yeah, I got so, yeah.
Yeah, so I am unclear on Drummond if they still take dead bodies, but anyway. Nobody there again is looking for this owner. I mean, I did find the owner and the vet. The only way I could leave that dog with that vet is I had to pay that $195 cremation fee, which I did a fundraiser privately. So I didn't pay for that out of my pocket, but then the owner did come in the next day, identify the body. And I never heard from that owner again. You know, so I basically paid the bill, but okay, so I mean. I do whatever needs to be done, but there's a dead cat on whatever street in Drummond. What do I do with it? I mean, is it still laying there? Is the county gonna come by and pick it up? I was told no.
If it's in the towns, I think it'd be the town's issues there, but I guess out in the county is something that needs to be.
I'm just
potentially
looking
looked
for
at,
some
yeah.
guidance, you know, because I've been to the sheriff's department and they don't care what I do. With that animal and. I paid for that beagle to be cremated. Because I love animals and I would want somebody to love mine enough to. Not take it to the landfill and dump it, you know.
I understand what you're saying.
But that's what I wanted to address is how do we deal with the dead bodies? But, and that could be,
Have to check it.
think on it and. But it is a.
No, that's stuff that we need to step in on. Go ahead, Elaine, sorry.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record. I too think this is a great idea. I do agree with Blanche, though. She brought up a lot of valid issues. I think this needs more research and work before you even get involved in it. You mentioned Missoula. I lived in Missoula City and County. I dealt with animals there, and there are two different entities. When you talk about animal control, that's one thing. And when you talk about shelter, that's something else. And in Missoula, the Humane Society deals with the shelters. Okay. And maybe you should get in touch with the Missoula Humane Society and they can give you some information. Having said that, again, what you've got in these talking points, you are mixing apples and oranges. You're mixing animal sheltering with animal control. Again, they're two different things. Animal control is picking up animals, bringing them in, checking for their licenses. If they don't have a license, they hold them for so many days, then they're gone. By the way, I think the Humane Society in Missoula is a no-kill shelter, which you have to take into consideration. And that's a big difference there. Then you pay a fine and everything else when animal control picks up an animal. I've gone through that myself when I lived over there. Two different things. You can't just say, well, call the shelter animal control. You can't do that. You're talking about law enforcement in one respect, and that's animal control, and a humane treatment of animals, which is in another respect. So I think this is, again, and you need a lot more research. And you can't mix the two. You just can't. Thank you. That's my comment.
Missoula Animal Control is where we adopted our last dog. And it was a facility that housed dogs and cats for adoption. And it's Missoula County Animal Control. Humane Society of Western Montana is also a great shelter down the south of Missoula, and that's a private enterprise. Missoula County Animal Control operates the county animal shelter. It's semantics of whether you're calling it shelter or control. The shelter is where the animal control officer picks up stray dogs and brings them back to the building, which has cages and runs and so forth. And they go into an isolation section for new animals. So you can evaluate them and see if they have any diseases or whatnot, or vicious, or whether they're capable of being adopted, if they're going to make a good candidate for adoption. After a certain period of time, if the dog is not, or cat is not claimed by an owner, then it goes into general population or whatever available for adoption. And that's operated by Missoula County Animal Control. Whatever the building says on the outside, that's what it's used for and used by.
But he's right. I mean, animal control, they advertised on the news. They had an overcrowding situation. They needed to adopt some dogs out because they had some neglected dogs in there, but they couldn't. So they needed room. And that's why we went and adopted a dog from animal control. In Missoula. So they do, and they had kittens last time I was there. They had a cage of kittens that were, available. So it's not just control. I mean, they're controlling them until they find a home.
They have a 10-day hold and 5 days. Any of the shelters with animal control, they bring them in and they have like, now it used to be you had to hold that animal for 10 days. Now it's 3 to 5 days. And then you can legally rehome that dog. But that's where they are generating money is, you pick up a stray dog, that owner has to pay so much to get them back. And that's to give that owner incentive, fix your fence, get a leash. And they all say they're no kill shelters, they do kill. And they kill for room and they kill for medical reasons, they kill for bite dogs. And all shelters do kill, they're not killing them like they are in Texas. And a lot of those, your numbers up, you're a dead dog walk-in after your 3 to 5 day, it's not like that here, we are more compassionate. And do take a lot of time to look for owners. So that way with the animal control in the shelter, it is. The owner has so much time to pick it up, then it needs to be rehomed. I mean, you don't want to keep. It's not a sanctuary. It is, you do and you go and you keep moving.
That's right. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. I'm not here to debate with you on anything. I suggest you do, the commissioners should do a little bit more research. I quickly did it this morning and I found animal shelter. I did Montana County animal shelters, and Flathead Lake came up. And if you look at that, it's a county animal ordinances, animal control. Okay, it doesn't say anything about sheltering animals. The other thing that came up from Missoula, and Missoula County and the city of Missoula has a great website where you can go and look and find it. When a shelter came up, it was the Humane Society shelter. Okay, look it up yourself and see what it is, and then have another meeting. And that's all I'm saying. Okay.
In closing, last year, Goldsberg contracted with Great West to have a community survey done. And one of the highest ranking things that people asked for was more services. Animal control service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send me questions.
How to do it? Have it back on.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure yet.
Yeah.
But
What's the first step? Every
no.
journey. Thank you all.
Thank you.
For hearing us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if people want it, they should. or- I mean, we're changing, county changing, you know, and you gotta find a way to do it.
Yeah, it's supported as a private enterprise, don't make it count. You're just mixing yourself truly from stop there. You're making a. That's my opinion. And it, pretty soon we have the private part of it. Saying the county's meddling, going, they're meddling. And they're, all I'm saying is there's no classification.
You know, when I was growing up, we had a dog house, and that was fun. See,
A dog, no, they had a dog catcher for a while. You live in town then. But it didn't, they couldn't support it.
I guess it's, you know, I think there's some great way, but you know, so when I go back, how recent it is. You figure.
I agree with that, the funding down the road.
That's what scares me is.
Well, they want
It started and then all of a sudden then they dump it on us and then probably do it. Us to go out and ask, to run a levy. I just. We're.
Well, can't they get it on the ballot and see if the people want it, and see if the people are willing to pay 11?
Yeah, it's gotta come through, unless they form, unless the district's formed, it'd have to be from the commission that requests.
I mean, if the people want it, they want to pay for it, I'd support it. But
That's right.
I see you.
I think we're gonna adjourn on this and have them leave. I
Yeah,
think there's so much more to look at. I know I gotta read this further.
Oh, it is a good thing, it truly is.
It's gonna be just jump on and done like.
I have a rescue cat in front of
But I think.
Mhm.
I make a motion, we hate it.
Adjourned, yeah?
Chair, you can just adjourn.